Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Taiwan Africa CEO Forum. Today, we have some honorable guests and speakers we would like to introduce and welcome. Please give them a round of applause in introducing. Mr. Simon Wang, CEO of Titra. His Excellency Mr. Hu Chenghao, Ambassador of the Department of West Asian and African Affairs, MOFA. Mrs. Nondogoso Shonwe Tabete, Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Ms. Cho Yu-pei, the Secretary of the Nigeria Trade Office. Mr. Sheng Bo-ling, the Secretary of the Republic of Somaliland Representative Office. Mr. Neil Yang, Vice President of the Taiwan Africa Business Association. Mr. Cheng Xiangliang, Supervisor of the Taiwan Africa Industry Development Association. Dr. Richard Ling, Executive Director of the Africa-Taiwan Economic Forum. Mr. Herman Schutz, COO of Mhlatane Group Eswatini. Mr. Sherif Eleish, Manager of Sewedy Electric Egypt. Mrs. Ange Bonge, Managing Partner of Expand Telecom Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. John Arendz, Chairman of the Chartered Chief Information Officer Council, South Africa. Mr. Divet Dolyard, Technical Specialist of the South Africa Photovoltaic Industry Association. Mr. Mohamed Khaled, CEO of Chillington Limited Rwanda. Mr. Mustafa Dembil, Chairman of Horn Garden, Somaliland. Mr. Alexander Fernandez, Director of Swisslab Group, Mozambique. Mr. Amour Riyad, CEO of Conserverie du Maghreb, Algeria. Mr. Shola Obadimu, Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. So, thank you to all our distinguished guests. Now, let us welcome Mr. Simon Wang, CEO of Titra, to deliver his welcome remark for us. Please give him a round of applause.
Today's forum's co-organizer, Mr. Richard Lin, Executive Director of FATF, and our guest, His Excellency Ambassador Hu, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Honorable Mrs. Sabedes, Chargé d'Affaires of Kingdom of Eswatini, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Taiwan External Trade Development Council, I would like to welcome you all to this 2023 Taiwan Africa CEO Forum. I believe that you and I are, getting very much excited to gather together here to discuss the importance of Africa in terms of population dividends, market, industry, and investment. Africa is full of is a continent full of tremendous opportunities, tremendous potentials. Africa is home to the world's fastest growing and youngest population, with a median age of less than 20 years old. By 2050, Africa will reach at 2.5 billion in population, making it the most populous continent in the world. Secondly, Africa is rich in natural resources. It is also home to the 30% of the world's mineral reserves, including diamond, gold, and platinum. It has also abundant oil and gas resources and productions. It is also the major producer of agricultural commodities. Thirdly, according to African economic forecast by African Development Bank, Africa is the world's second fastest growing economy, both in 2023 and 2024 on this planet. Fourthly, AU, African Union, has officially become a permanent member of the G20 summit this year, making it the second regional organization to join G20 after the European Union. And in BRICS summit, Egypt and Ethiopia also join BRICS, which also highlights the indispensable role that Africa plays in the international affairs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, though, Africa is far away from Taiwan in terms of distance, though Africa is, relatively less weighted with Taiwan in terms of trade volumes, Africa is relatively less invested by Taiwanese companies. But as I said earlier, as I have addressed to you previously, that Africa is full of great potentials. So Taiwanese companies have every reason to embrace with African market. So I would encourage every one of us here in this room for the Taiwanese companies to take the initiative, to take the opportunities to engage, to network with their counterparts. And I think that I'm very optimistic that with such, working together, so we can sort of create a even closer and beneficial bilateral relationship between Taiwan and Africa. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Let us welcome our next guest, His Excellency Mr. Hu Cheng-hao, Ambassador of the Department of West Asian and African Affairs, MOFA, to enlighten us on African affairs.
Mr. Simon Wang, President and CEO of Taiwan External Trade Development Council. Mrs. Zhou Yupei, representative of Nigeria Trade Office in Taiwan. And Mrs. Nontokozo Shonwei Zabelis, Chargé d'Affaires of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Mrs. Chiu Chun-ying, representative of the Liaison Office of South Africa. Mr. Bo Lin Shen, Secretary of Somaliland Representative Office. Mrs. Neil Yang, Vice President of Taiwan Africa Business Association. Mr. Xiang Liang Chen, the Supervisor of Taiwan Africa Industry Development Association. Ms. Dr. Richard Lin, Executive Director of Africa-Taiwan Economic Forum, ATEF. Business leaders from Africa, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great honor to attend the 2023 Taiwan Africa Business Forum. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to thank the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Taiwan External Trade Development Council, and the Africa-Taiwan Economic Forum for hosting this meaningful event. As you know, Africa is the world's second largest continent, covering 30 million square kilometers with over 1.4 billion people as of 2022. It accounts for about 16% of the world's population, as President Wang said. The continent is rich in natural resources and blessed with a young workforce. The International Monetary Fund predicts that Africa's GDP will grow by 3.3% this year, higher than the global average of 3%. The African Continental Free Trade Area, AFTA, presents a major opportunity to boost growth, broaden economic inclusion, and make African nations more competitive in trade and investment. Taiwan government attaches great importance to expanding relations with African nations. Since the government launched the African Project in 2018, trade between Taiwan and Africa has grown significantly. In 2022, trade between Taiwan and Africa reached $7.77 billion, an increase of 67.2% than that in 2018. We believe that the bilateral trade and investment will continue to grow, and both Taiwan and Africa will enjoy greater benefits of the deeper economic cooperation. In addition to trade, Taiwan has made significant progress in its cooperation with African partners in such areas as agriculture, education, ICT, energy, healthcare, and tourism. I believe we both have a lot to learn from each other. It's hoped that through today's event, business leaders from both sides will gain better understanding of the business opportunities available and capitalize on these upcoming business trends to create more success. I wish you all the best and today's forum a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hu. Now we are calling on our distinguished guests to join us on stage for a group photo. Since we have numerous guests attending the event today, our guests will be divided into two groups for the shooting. Let us welcome our first group of guests to the stage. Mr. Simon Wang from Taitra. Ms. Cho Chun-ying from the Liaison Office of South Africa. Mr. Hu Zhenghao from MOFA. Ms. Zhou Yupei from the Nigeria Trade Office. Mrs. Shongwei Tsabetse from the Embassy of Eswatini. Mr. Shengbo Ling from the Representative Office of Somaliland. Mr. Neil Yang from Taba. Dr. Richard Lin from ATEF. Now, please look at the cameraman and give us a thumbs up. Thank you. Please remain on stage. Let us welcome our second group of guests to the stage. Welcome Mr. Herman Schutz from Mhlatane Group. Mr. Sheriff Elish from Sewedy Electric. Mrs. Onge Bonge from Expand Telecom. Mr. John Arends from the Chartered Chief Information Officer Council, South Africa. Mr. Divet Toljart from South Africa Photovoltaic Industry Association. Mr. Mohamed Khaled from Chillington Limited Rwanda. Mr. Mustafa Dembil from Horn Garden. Mr. Alexander Fernandez from Swisslab Group. Mr. Amour Riyad from Conservatory du Maghreb. And Mr. Shola Obadimu from Naxima. Please look at the cameraman and give us a thumbs up again. Okay. 好。Thank you all distinguished guests. Now may we ask all of our guests on stage to be seated at the VIP area. Today's event will be divided into 2 sessions. In the first session, we will have 10 speakers from 9 African countries. 4 of them are from Southern African countries, including Eswatini, South Africa, and Mozambique. 2 of them are from Northern Africa, including Egypt and Algeria. 2 of them are from Eastern Africa, including Somaliland and Rwanda. 2 of them are from Western Africa, including Nigeria and Côte d'Ivoire. Let us welcome our first speaker from Eswatini, Mr. Herman Schutz, COO of Mhlatane Group Eswatini. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Herman Schultz, like they said, and I'm representing Eswatini. I work for a company called Mhlatane. Before I start, just like to thank everybody who's helped us to get our group here, who's been Mr. Lin, especially for his team, who's been assisting us with this travels and organizing accommodation and this wonderful event. Before I start talking about our company, I would just briefly want to discuss the members of Eswatini that accompanied me in this visit. Firstly, Mrs. Isabel Moraes from Manzi Drilling. They have a company that they established in 1998, and they focused on drilling for boreholes in Eswatini. And in that time, up to 2004, they were able to drill 1,500 holes, focusing on giving water to the communities. In 2004, they established their business in Eswatini called Manzi Drilling. And for the last 16 years, they've been able to drill 2,600 boreholes in that time. Their vision for the company is providing clean water and boreholes to businesses and households in Eswatini and ensuring a long relationship with their customers. The second person accompanying us is Mr. Sithole. He represents Sulanga. Sulanga means in Siswati, man of the sun, and it's a very fitting name for his business as he focuses on solar energy, wind, and hydro. His vision for the company is to ensure energy efficient and independence for Eswatini. He focuses, like I said, on solar installations and the repairs of solar. Right, so just the overview, I'd just like to discuss who we are, what we do, where we're currently at in our business, and where we would like to be. So who we are, Mhlatane Group is a family-owned business with a well-grounded and with a long association in Eswatini, focusing on sawmilling, forestry, and agriculture. Our mission is to be efficient and productive business that supports and empowers our local community and establish a sustainable environment. We also thrive ourselves in providing affordable quality products to our customers. Our vision is to grow and expand our agricultural portfolio and timber business while at the same time investing in land in the surrounding communities. So where did we come from? Eswatini Plantations was our first investment. The farm was established in 1947, mainly planted to pine timber. The Moore family purchased the farm in 1987, and for the last 36 years have been invested in Eswatini. The group consists out of forestry companies, a treating plant, a cable drum and industrial packaging facility, as well as agricultural farms. As you can see, we're based in Pikes Peak area in the northern part of Eswatini. Eswatini is about half the size of Taiwan, with a population of about 1.3 million. Our company employs 1,300 people from Eswatini, mainly within the sawmilling sector. The company turns around $34 million turnover a year. So on the forestry side, we've got 2 farms, together making up about 9,000 hectares, of which 4,300 hectares have been planted to pine timber. The forest produces around 50,000 cubic meters of round log, and that has produced 100% of that within our own operations. So the sawmilling side, we've got 3 operations, 2 in the Pikes Peak area and 1 in Mbaban. The site in Mbaban also facilitates the treating facility. Together, the sawmilling operations produces about 200,000 cubic meters of round log, and that is all sawn into structural pine timber. Due to our forestry sector only producing 50,000 cubic meters per annum, we buy the rest of the raw material from South Africa. Our focus on the structural timber side is structural planks that goes into roof truss construction, as well as industrial timber and packaging timber. We kiln dry all the products as it has to be treated to go into the export market. All our waste that we produce in the factory is either chipped into biofuel or it's used in our boilers to generate steam to dry our timber. So our focus market for the timber is mainly in South Africa. About 90% goes to South Africa, whereby we also send timber to the Middle East as well as the islands that makes up Mauritius and Reunion. The treating facility focus on creosote and CCA treated poles. They're all eucalyptus poles, and these poles are sourced 100% from the Eswatini farms in the area. We use around 20,000 cubic meters of raw material. Our secondary processing side after the timber is we manufacture cable drums that goes into cable industry, as well as boxing crates and pallets. We have our manufacturing site right at the source, so it's next to our forest with our sawmill, and the processing happens directly there. We use around 15,000 cubic meters that goes into the pelletizing material and into the cable drums. The timber that we can't find from our own sawmills, we source from South Africa and other sawmills in the area within Pikes Peak and Mbaban. We have assembly sites. So what we do with the cable drums is we flat pack it. We take that timber, sometimes we have to ship it over 2,000 kilometers, and we cannot assemble a cable drum within Eswatini and then send it to our customers. So we flat pack it, we send it to our assembly plants. We have 3 assembly plants based in South Africa, and they then deliver directly to the customer. We have, like I said, we have an agricultural sector. What we've been doing is, and you can see on the picture there, there's Pikes Peak in the background in the distance. We are taking out pine forest and we're converting it into agriculture. We currently have 2 farms in our agricultural division, one in White River, South Africa, and one within Pikes Peak. We focus on avocados, macadamias, as well as cattle. Our macadamia farm is based in White River, South Africa. It was established in 1921. It's around 1,000 hectares, and originally it was only consisting out of eucalyptus. And since 1998, we've been converting the farm to macadamias. Currently, we have about 340 hectares of macadamias planted and 25 hectares of avocados planted on that site. We do focus on regenerative farming because we believe that is the future. We have to reduce our carbon emissions in the long term. So since 2022, we've been reducing the usage of machinery and slashing on our farm, and we've been getting in cattle. So we started a boron cattle herd, and we were using the cattle to graze all our open areas and our fire breaks, and also in between the orchards. Our operation in White River produces around 600 tons of macadamia nuts. That was this year in 2023, of which we supply 100% of our nuts to Golden Macadamias. Golden Macadamias is a processing facility within Nelspruit. It's the largest processing facility in the world at the moment. Currently, they sell around 30% as kernel into the European and the US market, and 70% of their product goes into nut and shell market in China. We are projecting that by 2027, our farm should be producing around 1,000 tons of macadamias. As you can see there, mainly the kernel goes to the US, the European markets, and the nut and shell, like I said, goes to China. Our avocado sector is our latest addition to our portfolio. There we've decided, like I said before, to convert forestry into agriculture. We are currently in the process of converting 100 hectares. The decision was made in 2020, and since then we've been planting the Hass varieties. So that is the avocado with a darker black skin, and it's a late season variety, so it comes in after the Peruvian season, which is detrimental to South Africa and Eswatini because they send a high volume of fruit in that period. So we want to focus on the late season. That means it's avocados being harvested after August in the year. Our long-term strategy is to be able to produce avocados and to package it in Eswatini and then also export it directly from Eswatini. Like I said, currently we've established 40 hectares. In 2023, we're planning to plant another 18 hectares in 2024 with a balance coming in 2025, taking us to the 75 hectares. Our first crop will start in 2025 with 90 tons. Like you can see there, our projected volumes is by 2030, we should be close to 900 tons of avocados. So with the idea of exporting directly, we have to be Global GAP certified as well as comply to all the international food safety standards. At the moment, South Africa sends mainly fruit. So South Africa and Eswatini are all part of SAGA, and we send fruit to Europe mainly at the moment. So where do we want to go? Mhlatane Group would like to grow and export our export opportunities for all our different products, like the structural timber, the cable drum packaging materials, as well as all our agricultural products. Our strategic opportunity is to take advantage of this opportunity that we've been given to come and visit Taiwan and to find partners and markets for all our products. We would like to build relationships and so that all parties can benefit from that. We also would like to create investment opportunities within Eswatini and grow our footprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. We have also invited 2 special guests today. Please allow us to introduce Mr. Jeff Sun, Chairman of the Taiwan Turnkey Project Association, and our special guest from Ghana, Mr. Alex Asiama, President of the Taiwan-Ghana Private Trade and Investment. Now, let us welcome our next speaker from Egypt, Mr. Sewedy Electric, Manager of Sewedy Electric. Please welcome to the stage.
Good evening.
Please give Mr. Elish some time to set up his laptop.
Check the voice. How would you want to check it?
Okay.
Good evening. How's everything? Thank you for giving me this chance to speak while I'm waiting to my screen to pop. Okay. There it is. Thank you. My name is Sewedy Electric. I'm the group head of data and information management in the Sewedy Electric from Egypt. Our company, we work in 5 segments. Okay, have to stay here. Right. Okay. We work in 5 segments. We have factories and wires and cables and accessories, electrical products, engineering and construction, digital solutions, and infrastructure investments. The wires and cables, we have many segments in it: high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage. Really? Okay. Thank you. I'll have to stay here also. Oh, right. Okay. And the electrical products, we have transformers with a high voltage also, with up to 500 kV. We have inverters, busway. Also, we got motors, and we are working on batteries also. At the same time, engineering and construction. We built power station, power plant. The biggest power plant in the world was built by Sewedy Electric joint venture with Siemens in Beni Suef, Egypt, up to 4.8 gigawatts of electricity. Also, we are working right away with at Tanzania that we are building Julius Nyerere Dam, hydropower dam, up to 2.1 giga. In the digital solution, we've been working all over Africa, especially, of course, in Egypt, and now we are working also in Saudi Arabia with lots of big opportunities there, as you can also know, making lots of our digital solution. And also in the infrastructure investments, we have almost 12 industrial parks. In Egypt itself, we have 9. We have 1 in Tanzania. We just announced it, that we are investing $400 million in this new project. And we have 1 in Georgia. We delivered 25 gigawatts till 2030 of power energy. Our capacity, 350 tons of wires and cables annually. We accomplished 23,700 kilometers of transmission and distribution of electricity. Our capacity for transformers up to 30,000 tons piece, sorry. And our manpower is 17,000, 20% of our manpower is engineers, and 70% of our employees, they are below 40, 22% are females. Our revenue for the past year is $3.8 billion. We accomplished this number in the third quarter this year, 2023. We've done it in the third quarter, estimating to go in the end of the year to $5.1 billion. Our presence all over the world. We have 23 facilities in 48 international offices, and we export actually to 114 countries all over the world. We have facilities, we have plants in Indonesia, in Malaysia, India, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Tanzania, Sudan, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, Algeria. Also, we have in Slovenia and in Germany. All cables and accessories, transformers and meters, and also we made lots of projects of renewable energy in Egypt, Greece, Nigeria, and we've done lots of projects and development all over the world. Excuse me, I will show you a small video about our corporate video about in Africa. I was going to show you about Sewedy Electric itself, but then we are in African forum. Let's watch this video. Sound? Should I go back? Okay, I'll do something. No, still not working. Do you mind if I try to fix this?
Can I check the device?
This speaker?
Speaker.
This is mine, yes?
This is yours. Yeah.
Please give Mr. Elish some time to set up his audio.
Right, okay. What happened? Just what happened again? I'm sorry, guys. Can you please help me with this?
I try again. Yeah.
Okay. I will, let's work it here, and I will hold the mic. Okay. Sorry. Please. Can you make it work?
这样有声音。
It's working.
Yeah, I think.
You can hear it.
Yeah.
What happened? What's going on? It's been taken. Okay. I'm sorry. Again. need it to be working. It was transferred to the HDMI. It was transferred to the HDMI.
Only the video, the screen, no voice.
There's no way. So this video is very important, actually. It was made special for this event.
Please give Mr. Elish some time to address the issue and give him a round of applause afterwards.
有，就是选的，因为这边是 speaker。
See speaker, this one. This is the original one.
Yeah, original.
Yes. Try.
Try again.
Okay, it's working. Thank you. And I'm sorry also. Aye. Well, actually, it's, don't know what to say. Okay, we're going to skip the movie, unfortunately. It's not working. Right. Okay. I'll go back. Unfortunately, the movie is not working. Put this one here. Well, okay. I'll talk about Egypt for certain times. Okay, the economics, Egypt was growing really good till 2022, until, of course, what happened in the world, all over the world. Of course, we know. In Sewedy, we always study what's going on in the world. We see the future sometimes. We expecting what will happen. So when the Ukrainian-Russian conflict happened, we estimated some problems will happen in the economic worldwide, especially with the sanctions. So we started to work on it. That's why we grow 23% from last year to this year, from 3.8 billion to 5.1 billion. Although Sewedy Electric participated in all these infrastructure segments, we have worked in the roads. Those are the road network in Egypt is 193,000 kilometers. Sewedy Electric has their part in it. The railway, actually, we've worked hard with the government to update and to upgrade our railway. In the airports, we are now trying to operate with one of the biggest companies all over the world, joint venturing with the Sewedy Electric to operate 4 big airports in Egypt. In the commercial ports, we've worked in upgrading 3 of them. Dry port and logistics centers, actually, we own one of the biggest and the newest dry ports in Egypt in October. Monorail, well, 12 of the 13 stations, we've made them. And the monorail actually will be working 100% in the middle of 24. The high-speed train, a joint venture between Sewedy Electric, Deutsche Bahn, and Siemens. We are working on that. Egypt, of course, our working also with the renewable in Banban. We have established 8.5 gigawatt of the 20% of the electricity network in Egypt. Flexible exchange rate in Egypt, okay. It's not happening these days, unfortunately. But because Egypt, there was 3 kinds of devaluation for the past year, but there will, we are estimating that there will not be any kind of devaluation for the next 1 year, although most of people saying it will be. But there's some factors that we consider to put it that lets us say that it will not happen. Egypt is the destination, actually. The distance of Egypt has a really good strategic location with 2.5 billion people can reach it from all over the world. Egypt, if you can see in the map, you can reach Europe very easily, Middle East and Asia, and also Africa. You can reach up to 32 trillion US dollars of purchasing power. Okay, the energy competitive prices. Those are all updated because last Friday there was an increase in the gasoline prices in Egypt. Although after the gasoline prices was up, it is still the lowest in the world. We're talking about, for the 1 liter, 37 cents. Although diesel is only 15 cents. If you want to look at China, Turkey, Morocco, and Germany, this is our comparison with them, we're still less than that. Electricity prices not for the homes. This is the electricity prices for the manufacturing, for industrial. It's 2.9 cents, the lowest in the world. For the past 7 years, from 2016 to 22, we got 57 billion US dollars foreign investment. Italy, UK, UAE, USA, and Netherlands are the biggest largest investors countries in Egypt. We are the second country in the world to have trade agreements. From my perspective, that the African continental free trade area, I believe all of my colleagues from Africa know about it, this is going to be the big goal for all over the world, not only for Africa. With Europe, Asia, with the COMESA, Arab, with USA, Turkey, and even with Africa, as I said, and the world, and the gas, of course, the world. But this one is the big hit. Everybody knows that. And we believe that it's going to be active in 25. We're expecting that. And we are getting ready for it. That's why in the video that we're saying that the Sewedy Electric, for the past 5 years, we invested 4.1 billion US dollars in Africa itself. We invested 4.1 billion US dollars in Africa for the past 5 years. The most main targeted sectors for investments we're looking at is ICT, industry, agriculture, education, and we are we have an academy. We have the Sewedy Technical Academy. We have 4 of them in Egypt, 1 of them in Saudi Arabia, and 1 of them in Tanzania, and we are looking forward to establish it all over Africa. And we have our University of Technology also in Egypt. Transports and logistics, healthcare, and this is part of our job also in Africa. We are supporting lots of hospitals in Africa, in Zambia, in Ghana, in Angola also. In automotive, where actually we established a new factory in Egypt. It will be one of the biggest. The constructions, we are big in constructions. We are actually working on almost 1 billion US dollars projects, construction projects in Africa for the next 2 years. About Africa itself, as of course you mentioned, and Mr. Simon mentioned before, 42% in 2030, the world youth is in Africa. We're talking about manpower. The youth is in Africa. 30% of the natural resources of the world is in Africa. The most strategic location you can find it. It's almost in the middle of the world. You can reach any place just like that. Okay, 300 billion US dollars. This is the GDP for the purchasing power of the people. Why Sewedy Electric invests a lot in Africa? the urbanization and the infrastructure development. There's lots of projects, lots of development they need. They need electricity, they need water treatment, they need solars, they need food. We have food, okay? We need healthcare, we need everything. We are developing our countries. Our GDP, you sir mentioned that it's 3.8. The Economic Intelligence Unit and McKinsey, they are expecting that Africa, for the next 5 years, GDP growth will be 6.7% to be number one in the world. Economic growth in Africa. The market, it's unbelievable. It's ready right away. The trade investment okay agreement, as I said, the African Continental Free Trade Area, this will be the revolution trade agreement. The consumer of Africa with 1.5, as Mr. Simon just mentioned, in 2050 to be 2.5. It's huge. Opportunities. Africa could be the green energy of hub. Actually, Africa will be the green energy of hub. Africa has the land, has the sun, has the wind. The most three important things for the green energy, for ammonia and the green energy and the green hydrogen. Government incentives. As a Sewedy Electric, we work there. We always, the governments support and give us all the incentives we need. I don't want to take lots. Thank you. There was another movie I would like to show you, but I know that we don't have enough time. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I'm sorry that the movie is not going to work.
Thank you, Mr. Elaish. Our next speaker is from Côte d'Ivoire, Mrs. Ange Bongi, Managing Partner of Expand Telecoms. Let us welcome her.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you to invite us here. Thank you. Yes, let's watch the movie.
Côte d'Ivoire, terre d'investissement. La Côte d'Ivoire est une terre riche. Riche de ses plus de 29 millions d'hommes et de femmes. Riche de son capital humain de qualité. Riche de son hospitalité légendaire. Riche de sa diversité culturelle. Forte d'une croissance économique de 7% en 2021, la Côte d'Ivoire contribue à hauteur de 40% du PIB de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africain UEMOA, avec un volume commercial extérieur de 35%. Le pays est un creuset d'opportunités avec des ressources naturelles abondantes et disponibles à des coûts compétitifs. La Côte d'Ivoire offre des opportunités dans de nombreux secteurs, dont la production et la transformation minière et agricole, les industries manufacturières, la santé, le transport. La Côte d'Ivoire ambitionne d'accélérer sa transformation économique et sociale et de se hisser à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure. La réalisation de cette vision passe par le développement des secteurs prioritaires et des grappes industrielles définies dans le plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. L'agro-industrie, l'industrie chimique, les matériaux de construction, la pharmacie, le textile, l'automobile, l'emballage, ainsi que des nouvelles niches. L'économie digitale, le tourisme et les industries créatives qui élargissent davantage les perspectives. Les réformes entreprises pour améliorer le climat des affaires ont permis de renforcer la bonne gouvernance, la transparence de l'action publique, l'équité du genre et le développement d'investissements durables et responsables. Ces réformes ont permis l'amélioration des services aux investisseurs à travers la mise en place de guichets uniques, la simplification et la digitalisation des procédures, des régimes de zones franches et de zones économiques spéciales, des codes sectoriels ainsi qu'un code des investissements octroyant des incitations fiscales et douanières attractives objectifs ont été institués en vue d'améliorer la rentabilité des investissements en Côte d'Ivoire. Investir en Côte d'Ivoire, c'est s'ouvrir à un marché de 410 millions de consommateurs à l'échelle de la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO, et accéder à celui de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf, estimé à plus de 1,2 milliard de consommateurs. Porte d'entrée de l'investisseur en Côte d'Ivoire, le CPC accompagne les investisseurs dans la réalisation des projets d'investissement. Investisseurs, la Côte d'Ivoire vous ouvre ses bras. Pariez sur un nouvel élan économique et contribuez au développement durable d'une Côte d'Ivoire solidaire. Aquaba, bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire. CPC, le guichet unique de l'investissement en Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you. Thank you to invite us. My English is a broken English, but I will try to speak clearly. Okay, let me highlight in major information about our country. As it said, you see in the movie, we contribute to 40% of the GDP of the West African Economic Union zone, and 35% of external trade volume, and we have abundant natural resources. They are available in Côte d'Ivoire. So there are many opportunities in many sectors, including mining, agricultural, production, processing, manufacturing, health, transport, education, and it's everywhere in Africa. It's everywhere. So to interest investors to come in our country, we improve services to investors with digitalization of procedures. And we have an attractive fiscal and customs incentives. Investing in Côte d'Ivoire means opening to market of 410 million consumers in the economic community of West African zone, states, I mean. And we have, the Egypt talks about SEFTA. We have another market of the African Continental Free Trade Area, estimated to 1.5 billion of consumers. We come here, we come to visit your country with 3 institutions, in the private sector, because we think that the private sector is the best partnership to come in a country. Public is good, but private is better, I mean. So we have Mr. Yao, please, who is, excuse me, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You can come here, please, sir. You have the presentation of Mr. Yao, the Chamber of Industry. Can I see it? Yes? It's good? You have only one? The movie only? Okay, so, Mr. Yao, yes?
Okay, I just want to tell you a few words about Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Côte d'Ivoire. We provide assistance to investors, which is information. We give information to investors just to make them understand how the country, the total country is organized, what is formalities that you have to do, and then you also assist them. Even if you want to have an appointment with any official, we are able to help you, and then help you for other services. And we try also to build network, business network. It can be through the West African countries, through French-speaking countries zone, and also anywhere you need to connect with a businessman. This is these few words that I want to tell you to make you know that if you come to Côte d'Ivoire, we can assist you. Thank you very much.
And we have the president of FIPME. FIPME is the Federation of SMEs in Côte d'Ivoire. Dr. Kanyidi, please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be in front of you this afternoon to tell you several words about FIPME. FIPME is a confederation of SMEs in Côte d'Ivoire. It's the first employers organization of SMEs, and we have about 3 missions. The first mission is to unite active interprofessional group of SMEs into confederation and to promote their activities. The second is to supporting the state, our state, in order to build a real economic fabric or competitive SMEs in Côte d'Ivoire. And the third one is improvement of the business environment for SMEs and provision of support and mentoring services for SMEs. And our organization has been created in October 1995, so 20 years of service for the SMEs. And we organize around 47 professional organizations, and we have about 33,000 SMEs in our association, and our association covers more than 25 sector activities, professional, and we are present in all the sector of all the 3 major areas of activity: agriculture, secondary, and tertiary sector. And we cover all the 3 types of SMEs, including informal and enterprise SMEs and all the enterprise. And we are organized, our organization is present in all the areas in our country. We are about 45 representation around the country in order to cover all the country and give activity and assistance for all the SMEs wherever in Côte d'Ivoire. And we partnership with SMEs Confederation around the world: France, Germany, Tunisia, and Tunisia. And we have more than 100 mandates entrusted by the state of Côte d'Ivoire. That's the several words I want to share with you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And the last is the Confederation of Big Companies in Côte d'Ivoire. It's called CGC. It was created in 2005 and have 1,500 members. Company, I mean big company, not SME, like just Doctor talked about. We contribute to 80% of state revenue, and we create 130 billion of added value in all activities. And I don't know, we bring a presentation of the CGC, but they don't have it. So, sorry, I just have to give you a summary of our presentation. And thank you so much. for your interest for Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you, Mrs. Bonge, and all of our speakers from Côte d'Ivoire. Let us welcome our next speaker from South Africa, Mr. John Arends, Chairman of the Charter Chief Information Officer Council. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. There we go. Now that's at my level. Good day, everyone. My name is John Bosco Arends. I'm the chairperson of the Chartered CIO Council. It's a professional industry body that tries to provide standards and regulations into ICT as a sector. You'd all know that during the normal day-to-day of doing business, there's always different sectors that try to oversee. And one of the things that's been lagging behind was ICT. Because you would have something looking after auditors. If you're an accountant, you have an accountant where you become a chartered accountant, etc. And there's certain rules that governs your behavior as a professional person and how you then develop your career to grow forward. So from a CIO perspective, we then established the Chartered CIO Council. And through that body, we're now busy expanding into Africa, Middle East, Asia, and the rest of the world, because it's the first time that the ICT industry actually starts setting about its own standards. Because typically you'd find research companies like I2Web, Forrester, IDC, etc., that actually talks to industry standards about how to do things. You have companies like Gartner and Meta that tells you what to do and how to do things the best way. But we never had someone from IT industry that actually sets the standards for this industry. And if ever we're about to transform our existing economies into a digitized economy, we will need to make sure that we have the right skills and competencies to actually help develop that ICT solutions and sector that we want in such a way that it is ethically responsible, that it has certain moral values and standards, where you can keep us accountable in terms of our behavior in terms of industry. So what did we have to do within the ICT sector? We had to start looking at how do we deal with governments at a larger level. So we formed relationships, strategic ones, with a couple of government entities, both in South Africa and beyond. We do have touch points within Africa, like the DRC, etc. We have touch points that we're now having within the Asia community, as well as within Europe and America. That's coming online very, very soon. Now, I think what's important is that as an industry body, we actually then start having common certifications for certain competencies and skills throughout the continent. Whereas previously you would have somebody saying, I'm a network operator, somebody says, I'm a network telecom specialist, and somebody says, I'm something else in network, but what is it that that person actually does? So as a council, we seek to provide these sort of standards so that we can all, as a world, speak one language. So when we speak of a certain competency or a skill, we actually speak of the same thing, and we know how to then, what is the expected roles and responsibilities those people need to have. But today, I'm just going to talk about what we want to try and do around the collaboration and the mentorship programs that we're trying to establish. Now, one of the things that's going to help the transition of ICT and to make it a proper global workforce, we will need to make sure that we have mentorship and skills in place to build the developing countries. Africa is one of those continents. I think all the speeches this morning told us that within the African continent, we have a high expectation of growth and development that needs to happen if we are to serve the rest of the world in terms of the technologies and the solutions that we build. And what we also then need to focus on is how we develop those skills, how we create opportunities for experiential learning, how we actually look at creating opportunities that we can jointly develop certain things with. So I'll give you an example, like with the sector, what we call the SETA partnerships is the Sector Education Training Authorities that is sitting within the South African context, is where we actually develop training and competency development opportunities for skills in Africa. Because what happens a lot of times is, while there are wonderful products coming from Asia, Pacific, and the rest of the world, how we maintain them in our countries, how we keep them relevant in our countries, is becoming a critical success criteria for us to actually progress even more and become even more productive and have more prosperity for both partners. Because currently what's happening is we have a lot of products coming in. Once there's something wrong with it, it gets put aside, we go and we buy a new one. And what happens is the reputation of the organizations linked to those products also then suffer a knock-on effect. So what we're trying to do now is to help develop those skills in country as well. So we can then support your products, help with better go-to-market. If things need to be fixed and repaired, it can be done in country instead of being reliant on importing those skills every single time. So I think what's important is that we're setting up incubation centers within the South African context, and we have these incubation centers, and part of the incubation centers has actually started to yield certain results for us. And I'll speak to that a little bit later. But I think what's important is that from a tech perspective, 4IR and digital innovation is one of the key drivers. And what we're trying to do now is to actually partner with organizations that have certain products and skill sets around 4IR and digitization, so we can actually then create joint development and joint opportunities of building an economy and ways of making money together. Because for us to drive digitization, what we found out is that the success of countries like India, China, Taiwan, etc., is the fact that they actually built localization. They actually drove localization in their particular environment. So I think that is critical. And I'll give you some examples. So we are seeing more and more e-commerce capabilities coming up. You have all the big e-commerce entities that are out there, but people in Africa are now starting to develop their own e-commerce capabilities. And why is that important? It's important because products and services like yourselves are then being able to be sold and having a commerce where people can trust, especially with the Internet of Things and with the hacking and things that are happening in the industry. Find a better localized player where you can have a localized platform in country within Africa that can actually drive your products and your services into that environment. What we also do is, from a tech perspective, is to drive tech innovation. And I'll speak to some of the successes that we've had in tech innovation. Because if we drive joint development opportunities as well within Africa in partnership with Taiwan, we would be able to develop new technologies faster, and you'd increase your support base. Traditionally, from where you are right now, you'd have more people to support your products. And when more people are trained in your products, they get comfortable with it. When they get comfortable with it and they make decisions, they're going to buy what they know. So it's a success for both partners, both from the government perspective and as well from private sector. Now, for us to develop the future, what we call in South Africa, call them QSEs, qualified small enterprise, SMMEs is another word that is used for them. If we don't build the SMME base that can actually take your products to market, you're actually doing yourself a disfavor. So we need to partner with a lot of your organizations within Taiwan and see how we can partner and actually take your products to market so that you have local people within Africa to actually sell your products into the market space and drive better returns, better skills, better quality, as well as dependability and reliability of service. And I think that is one of the key drivers for success. Now, when I look at ICT, some of the solutioning that we're looking at now obviously is around 4IR digital and digitization of countries, and we need to look at how we can deal with that. In the consulting space as well, there's a lot of things that goes with ICT or with technology, and that's the ability to be able to tell the clients what is best, how to do it, what's the best way of implementing certain things, and what are the best way of rolling out and making a particular technology successful. So building those consulting skills in Africa is going to be critical to your success. I think one of the other things that's happening in ICT now is outsourcing. So you find things like cloud outsourcing, et cetera, gaining momentum. We have data centers coming up in South Africa with Google and the likes that are data center as a service that allows you actually now to deploy your systems anywhere in the world, and you can actually operate from Africa as a base instead of just depending on putting something in America or in any of the other big cloud providers that are sitting outside. So Africa is busy building their own competencies around outsourcing, which is very important. From an environmental perspective, solar is a big thing. I mean, we all know, we come from South Africa, load shedding It's not a wow, did it really happen? We know it's going to happen. We just don't know how many times a day it's going to happen, because power has become very unstable with aging infrastructure, etc. So a lot of organizations are looking at solar-related technologies to augment the existing power supply. So there needs to be a huge development in terms of solar capabilities. The second one around tourism. So the world's becoming smaller. One of the things we did as the CIO Council is we actually sponsored the development of a tourism system that can actually allow and compete with the best in the world, that allows you to take a group of people together, put on their hotels, their B&Bs, etc., on a single platform that can work on an international basis, and you actually get people to not just only book a room, but actually book an experience. So you'd be able to go from a game reserve to a hotel room to a B&B to a one-man person shop that has a room at the back of his house that actually then allows you to get that authentic African experience. I think what's also important in the energy business, what we have done as a council is we've also looked at how can we improve the environment. So from an energy perspective, we figured out ways to develop energy management systems that actually works with smart meters, that actually does real-time monitoring and review before it became popular. But I think what's also important, one of the things we did for one of the mines, it's a platinum mine in South Africa, is actually develop a piece of technology that cleans their sludge dams. It actually separates the water from the oil and all the other effluent that is actually sitting in the sludge dams and returning water back that's almost industrial grade quality that can either go back into a river or can be processed even further into potable water. So I think because we're applying technology to this, because ICT is not just in IT. ICT lives in an industry, whether you're in banking, whether you're in retail, whether you're in energy, environment, manufacturing, and we're using that technology because everything is so converged in today's society that the convergence of ICT into industry has driven some of these developments. And those are things we also want to talk about. And then your usual social media integration, the ERPs, your customer relationship management type technologies, etc., are the things that will help drive e-commerce going forward. We want to start establishing with Taiwan business-to-business platforms. Because we believe if we create for you a business-to-business platform, you will be able to get your products here sooner. You'll be able to get a proper trust relationship with the customers. And through that, if you look at the hub that we have, actually become your gateway into Africa. And then from an e-commerce perspective, in terms of private individuals, we can actually put up a list of products and services that people can sell, that communities in Africa. If you create a little mask, if you create a doll, you create something, you can actually put it on there and sell it to the world. And this is where we want to go. We want to see Africa get into the next point of its diaspora, its own development, and making sure that we partner with everyone around the world. And I think those are some of the things I just want to close off with. So from a hub perspective, we're looking at creating that gateway to Africa. Please feel free to come and have a chat with us and find out ways how we can partner with you to actually get that done. And then we're also looking at localizing some factory or manufacturing capability. We understand how the world is changing. South Africa, with all its issues, are fairly stable. And we've got members in different countries. It's not just South Africa. We have members in different countries, and we are able to then look at how we can localize certain pieces of technology, its manufacturing and distribution within an African context. And then I think from a water filtration, transport, and recycling systems, these are the things that are going to drive and create solutions for some of the African challenges we have. There's a lot of waste in Africa. There's a lot of tires. I mean, we in South Africa alone, we have millions of tires sitting on farms. And we're looking for partners that can partner with us where we can plug our technology with your solutions and actually find ways to extract valuable minerals and valuable products or create aftermarket products using tires and plastics, etc. And then use technologies to create a new set of industry technologists, people that can actually drive machines that does extrusion, that does molds, that does all these kind of services to drive these things home. And then, and even when you look at the automotive sector, in the automotive sector now, there's not one car you can service without a computer. there's almost no car. If you have one, it's built pre a certain date. And we need to get the technology development within country to actually look and maintain and look after these services, whether it's automotive or motorcycles, or even home automation is now a big thing within the South African context, because we've become more savvy on how much water we use, how much power we use, how do we keep ourselves safe. Home automation has become one of the things that are driving. And from the ICT sector, these are some of the sectors we want to develop in. Thank you very much for your patience with me.
Thank you, Mr. Arends. We have our next speaker from South Africa. Let us welcome Mr. Divet Dolyard, Technical Specialist of the South Africa Photovoltaic Industry Association, to deliver his speech.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Divet Dolyard, representing the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association, or the South African PV Industry Association. The SAPV Industry Association was established in 2010, and we represent just over 700 companies in the South African solar PV industry, from residential installers to large-scale project developers, engineering, procurement and construction, finance, original equipment manufacturers, distributors. So we have a broad spectrum of members in the South African solar PV space. My topic today is to shed some light on the energy situation in South Africa, the energy landscape. For anyone wanting to enter the South African market, you need to understand the energy landscape, whether it be to enter as a manufacturer or to enter the renewable energy landscape. So please allow me to share as much information as I can. If you take the South African energy landscape as a word cloud, you can see there's a lot of terms, there's a lot of definitions around there relating to how energy is generated, how it is sold. So there's a lot of information around the energy landscape. So I'll try and distill that into two key messages. The first being load shedding. My colleague from South Africa mentioned the term. What that means is that there is a supply and generation shortfall in South Africa. Currently, we have between 2,000 and 8,000 megawatt shortfall in South Africa, depending on the time of year and the energy usage in the country. What that means is that you have between 2 and 8 hours without power every day. And that's across residential, commercial, and industrial clients. In 2023, year to date, we've had more than 6,000 hours of load shedding, and in 2022, it was 3,700. The primary reason for the shortfall is that South Africa's energy generation fleet is predominantly aging coal-fired power stations. Roughly 85% of our energy still comes from coal-fired power stations, and they are average 30 to 35 years old. That is the primary reason for the shortfall. As you can see there, there's a long-term trend around the energy availability factor. What that means is how often the coal-fired power plants are generating energy at their design capacity. What that means is that there is an opportunity and a great need to bridge that shortfall. And the way that is done in South Africa is through energy procurement. There are two main avenues for energy procurement in South Africa, one being public and one being private. The public procurement scheme has been relatively successful to date, primarily focusing on renewable energy, so large-scale wind and solar. However, regulatory reforms within the last year has changed the procurement landscape in South Africa. That private sector is now able to participate in generation. The results you see on the screen is a survey that was done with our national utility, Eskom. It's still a vertically integrated state-owned utility. It was a survey done of the private sector generation pipeline in South Africa, primarily renewable energy, and it takes a medium-term view, so 5 to 6 years, and it plots from a geographical point of view and a technology point of view what the private sector pipeline looks like. These projects are in various stages of development, and it really does give an indication of the appetite of the private sector to participate in generation in South Africa. Another statistic that we are tracking very closely is the registrations with the National Energy Regulator in South Africa. Year to date, there's been close to 4 gigawatts of private sector projects registered, predominantly solar PV, 63%, and wind, 33%. We expect these projects registered this year to come online within 12 to 18 months. Furthermore, just looking at private sector participation, these are projects 10 megawatts and larger, primarily for the commercial and industrial sector. And if you look at the smaller scale solar PV projects, so 1 megawatts and smaller, you can see that there's a real appetite for the private sector to participate in generation in South Africa. This table shows the amount of solar PV installed in South Africa over the last year. This is a study done by our state-owned entity, Eskom. And the key number that I want to touch on is the year-to-date or the year-on-year growth from September 22 till September 2023, 109%. We went from 2.3 gigawatts to 4.8 gigawatts of solar PV installed. So it's really, really incredible growth rates. Mind you, this is a residual load calculation, so it's not a physical count. It's a calculated value by the state-owned utility. What SAPVIA, my organization, has done over the last few months is to generate a installed capacity data set where we take where we take satellite imagery and extract information from that satellite imagery and get to a solar PV installed capacity data set. That data set is available on our website and it was launched earlier in October. Some of the highlights from this installed capacity data set is the amount of solar PV installed per sector in South Africa, and also looking at the growth rates. Due to the ongoing supply shortages, there's been a really big growth in residential solar PV, with battery energy storage being a key component of that energy independence drive for homes to install solar PV. As you can see, the quarter-on-quarter growth rate from the end of 2022 to beginning 2023 in the residential sector was 137%, and in the commercial and industrial sectors, it was 45% and 46%, respectively. You can also see there the split between public and private procurement. Public procurement has been ongoing since 2012, and that has produced 2.2 gigawatts, while private procurement has resulted in 3.3 gigawatts of generation being connected to the grid. Just a quick breakdown of the residential market sector in South Africa. You can really see that the number of systems installed is overwhelmingly residential in South Africa, and there's also a really large battery energy storage component. If you look at the affordability, so the households that can afford solar PV, there's been a 37% growth rate for those higher income households that can actually afford solar PV from 2022 to 2023. On the battery energy storage side, what we can now do with this installed capacity data set is we can use that as the basis for modeling and predictions around the amount of battery energy storage installed in South African in residences. So we, on the lower end, we estimate that there's around 620 megawatt hours of battery energy storage at a residential scale, and on the high end, it's about 1.2 gigawatt hours worth of storage. Now that presents a really big opportunity for demand-side management, grid services, virtual power plants, and the like, once regulatory reforms allow that sort of practice to happen in South Africa. As a close off, just to put some numbers on the equipment import data in South Africa, At the moment, we import vast majority of our solar PV equipment. We have 2 local assembly plants for solar PV modules. Their collective capacity is approximately 600 megawatts per year, but we estimate the demand in South Africa to be between 2.3 and 3.5 gigawatts per year, and that will grow steadily over the next 2 to 3 years. So as you can see there, the vast majority of solar PV panels are imported, and year to date, 12 billion rand of panels have been imported to South Africa. That's just over 450 million US dollars worth of panels. And we estimate that to be between 2.7 and 3.2 gigawatts worth of solar PV panels. In terms of inverters, another key component of a solar PV system, you can see the numbers there, around 650 million US dollars of inverters were imported, the vast majority from mainland China. And then the same on the battery side. Approximately just over 1 billion US dollars worth of battery energy storage systems were imported in 2023 year to date, as opposed to just over 730 million US dollars in 2022. Mind you, this is for both residential, commercial and industrial and utility scale. Just to end off here, the key message that I would want to leave you with is that if you want to invest in the South African market, you need to understand the current short and medium term energy landscape. You need to understand that there is a critical energy shortfall, but the silver lining around that opportunity, or the silver lining around that situation, is that there is an opportunity to enter the South African market, and there are alternatives. There is strong support for renewable energy deployment in South Africa, and there is a really strong environment of local engineering, procurement and construction firms that can design, install and procure these systems. And there is a really strong drive for market liberalization in South Africa. Our current state-owned vertically integrated utility is in the process of functional separation into generation, distribution and transmission. And we are in the process of developing a day-ahead, week-ahead market. That will take between 5 and 6 years. So there's a lot of development happening in the energy landscape in South Africa, and particularly in the solar PV landscape. And if there are any questions around energy, around renewable energy, solar PV, please reach out to me afterwards, and I'll see if I can answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tolya. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the time limit, we will have to continue the event. Feel free to go to the restroom, and there is tea and snacks at the back. Please help yourself. We will proceed. Next, we have our speaker from Rwanda. Let us welcome Mr. Mohamed Khaled, CEO of Chillington Limited Rwanda. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I believe some of you may be tired, and there is a lot of opportunities are spoken from the gentlemen and from the ladies before me. It's great to be here with a lot of African opportunities and investment opportunities, sales opportunities, trading opportunities. I'm not different. I'm African too. I'm from Egypt actually, but my luck took me to Rwanda, and it's a long journey. I have been in Rwanda for several years, and I would like to cover a bit the opportunities in Rwanda and to cover my business as well. Okay, this is going to be my first part of the introduction. This is my company in Rwanda. It's a sole manufacturer of spare parts, casted spare parts. As well, it's a company that is manufacturing hand tools that contribute to the agriculture sector. So our company was founded in 1982 by a British company called Chillington Tools, UK. And it was mainly for manufacturing of hand tools that boost the coffee agriculture. So we were manufacturing shovels, hoes, wheelbarrows, pickaxe, all the hand tools that are needed for the African market. After that, of course, Rwanda has passed a hard time. 1994, there was a genocide. And, sorry, this is better. After the genocide, there was a bit of drop down in the business. And this is when the company was privatized. So in 2004, the company became 100% private business, where we currently continue on the same scale of producing hand tools as well as producing casted spare parts. And we are the only company in Rwanda that produces casted spare parts. Of course, that might be a surprise a bit. I had a bit of chat with a Taiwanese company where I could see you have plenty of foundries here in Taiwan compared to Rwanda, which is like size-wise, it's more or less the same, like, I mean, a bit smaller than Taiwan, but with much more density of population. Rwanda has 14 million compared to, if I'm correct, 2.5 million in Taiwan. 23 million. Taiwan is 23 million. Okay, so it's, okay, this means Taiwan is more dense than Rwanda. Yeah. Yeah. But still, Rwanda is 14 million and 27,000 square meters. Sorry for the information, and thanks for correcting me. Can we move the next? So what we do is supplying all the hand tools. And quickly to cover the market, this is a $500 million market, which is vast majority is being imported from China. And I mean, there is no any other option. So we are the biggest shareholder, the biggest market share for the hand tools, for the wheelbarrows and shovels, which we are currently producing. And here I want to highlight, I don't look at this as a trading opportunity. I always look at it as manufacturing opportunity. Now we go to the next part of my presentation, which is going to be a bit general about Rwanda. So since I'm representing Rwanda, I would like to cover a few slides about the general business environment in Rwanda. What do we have? What are the opportunities? So as I said, Rwanda is 13 million. The GDP is 854. I would say it's in a low-income country, but they are targeting to be in a medium-income country by 2035. Rwanda has a very young generation, 70% below 30 years. And it's one of the major coming business in Rwanda, in Africa, because they are targeting to be a hub for other countries. Rwanda has a very stable power. It has a very good infrastructure. And I mean, I'm biased because I live there, but it's a clear example of huge development in terms of country that passed war less than 25 years ago, or slightly more, 30 years ago. And then today, when you enter there, you feel like you are in Europe. Very safe country, very welcoming, very easy to make business. I think it's the second in the world in terms of making business. The economy in Rwanda has been growing very fast because of the focus on manufacturing. Rwanda is trying to add a lot of products to its manufacturing line, trying to reduce the import, and trying to facilitate manufacturing for other states or other countries surrounding. Rwanda itself is as we said, is 13 million. But if we look at the map, Rwanda is here. That's why we call it the heart of Africa. And it's surrounded by almost 200 million inhabitants market, which are closer to Rwanda than accessing the seaport. So if you are manufacturing in Rwanda, then you have a great opportunity to access all this market. Rwanda has a great journey. If we look at the graph here, how it transformed the economy since the year, let's say since the year 2000, because before that there was the genocide up to today. It's absolutely a great journey and a great place to be. As I said, the target is to be a middle-income country by 2035 and a high-income country by 2050. So yeah, Rwanda is indeed a great place to be. The third part of my presentation would be about a new project. Okay, this is a product that we made specifically, I would say specifically it's fitting the market of Rwanda. Rwanda is banning the use of single-use plastic. So the single-use plastic is not allowed in Rwanda. If you are coming to Rwanda, please make sure that you don't trap your luggage in a plastic bag because they will take it from you at the airport. They will have to cut the plastic. So it's one of the great examples of saving the environment. And this is a project. This is a project where we developed building blocks made out of recycled plastic. So this is absolutely 100% recycled plastic made for construction. Let me show you the next video. As you all see, this is only what is needed to build a house. It's transferring all the plastic bottles, all the plastic trash into building blocks. That's, I mean, I'm presenting this to all, to Taiwan as well to all my colleagues from the African countries to look at the innovative products such as this, which, I mean, has a huge impact on the environment. Of course, if it's a single floor, you don't need to use cement. We are using cement here because we are making two-floor house. But if you use a single floor, you don't need to use cement or mortar. You only need the blocks. You also don't need to use any rebars or any support. That's all for today. I will leave you with a quick video about Rwanda. But thank you, everyone. And I'm glad to be here. And thanks to Theatre as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khaled. Our next speaker is from Somaliland.
The world
Welcome,
has
Mr.
gone
Mhlatane.
quiet. Our borders have closed. The skies are empty, but our hearts still beat loudly for connecting the world to our culture, our history, and our natural beauty. We stand for unity, for being together. That's why we know this difficult time will pass. And when it does, we'll greet our friends and family with the biggest smiles and the tightest hugs. We'll travel the world again, exploring new destinations, feeling that rush of adrenaline. We'll discuss matters of the world and exchange ideas. We'll dress up, go out, and taste new delights. We'll climb that mountain, swim those waters, and trek to experience the wonders of nature. But for now, let's stay home and stay safe. The world will open for business once more. And when it does, we'll be waiting with open arms. We can't wait for you to visit Rwanda soon.
Thank you, Mr. Khaled. Our next speaker is from Somaliland. Welcome Mr. Mustafa Dembil from Horn Garden to share his insight.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to participate 2023 Africa CEO Forum. I do really thank Taiwan government for welcoming us here. Thank you very much. My name is Mustafa Dembil. I'm from Horn Gardens. Horn Gardens is a local company which is dedicated to a successful, sustainable, organic agribusiness for both leading local model integrated farm, combining dairy, commercial farms, agroforestry, greenhouse construction. We are also a pioneer for a local climate smart agent. We seek to enhance food security while contributing to mitigate climate change and preserving the natural resource base on a vital ecosystem surface. Our strategic objective is to contribute to sustainable agriculture transformation for working with local farmers, business investors, Ministry of Agriculture, and other relevant stakeholders to facilitate transformation of agricultural production system which is meaningful and profitable. So today on my few slides, which I think will not be that long, I will present two areas of our production sector, farming and fishery. In Somaliland, GDP, we have four main production sector. One is natural resource and mining, fishery, farming, and what was the fourth? Livestock. Livestock. So I will shed the light on these two sectors today. So Somaliland climate factories for fishery sector and farming. This chart shows the rain that we get annually and the rainfall system. The rainfall distribution, temperature, rainfall for the coastal areas, mountainous, plateaus, and valleys. This is the map of Somaliland, by the way. We have 2 raining seasons, which is good. This spring that starts on March to June. That's the prime time of the rainfall in Somaliland. We have the summer, which is called Haga in our local language. That's when heavy wind blows. And this is the midterm for the main and the autumn, which is there. So from September to November, we also get some slight showers. So that's the 2 main times that we get rain at the season. Our groundwater, this table also shows the groundwater. The coastal plains, mountains and heights, plateaus, and the valleys as well. The borehole depth is between 240 to 240. The quality of the water, mixed quality. The land cover, this chart also shows the land cover as well. The land use. You know, in our society in Somaliland, most of them are nomadic pastoralisms. They do work, they do have sheep, cattle, and camels as well. So they also move around. You know, in Somaliland, we have different seasons. The main good season is strong in some areas. So the people always look for something to eat for their, animals. So they always move around. So this modern time, we're going to make what's so-called agro-pastoralists. People who can look after the animal and can make, agriculture as well. This is the soil tape. This chart also shows the soil tape. The soil in Somaliland is a fertile soil, which was not used before because most of the people are looking after animals. This is the map of Somaliland again, shows, the soil tapes and how it's scattered all over the map. This chart is also showing that the livestock is leading when it comes to our production sector, while farming is emerging now. I can say the last 10 years, the farming sector has become very attractive and booming. Forestry, fishery, and others. Fishery sector. Somaliland's economy is centered on agro-pastoral system, as I have already said, and livestock sector. The fishery sector historically received less attention. We have a very long coast, which is about 850 kilometers long, but we don't always take the advantage of the sea. In response to the severe drought during 1974 to 76, the government resettled people along the coast, promoting fishing. This led the construction of infrastructure like Berber coal storage and fishing centers. Fish consumption increased between 1986 to 1989. So for the last 8 years, the fishing sector was also getting up. You can see this chart as well. Somaliland stock in metric tons. So current annual catch by Somaliland is very minimum, according to the huge potential in the sea. Those are the kinds of fish, common fish in our seas. Those are the tables of the potential fishes in our seas as well. This chart also shows the marine exception between January 2019 to December. Current market of fish. You know, in Berbera is the main port of Somaliland. Along that long coast that I was talking about, most of them, you know, people are staying somewhere far from the coast. So Berbera is our main port. Fishermen from Berbera and carrying supply local urban market, Bur'o, Hargeisa, and Berbera. So whatever they catch from the sea is locally consumed. We don't have that much, you know, fish that we export outside. So some tuna company is currently the biggest fish processing plant of half of Somaliland boats and fishermen work for the factory. So my colleague Abdulrahman, who is here, is the CEO of some tuna factory, which currently is the leading. Farming sector overview as well. Most Somalilanders are agro-pastoralists, as I was telling, nowadays, who are rarely rely on rain-fed farming. And the idea that we are promoting now is people not to rely on only the rain-fed. Many boreholes were drilled. People have got, you know, good access for groundwater, and also we introduced how to fetch rainwater as well, creating small dams and big reservoirs for the community-based towns. So agriculture in Somaliland is primarily subsistence-based farmers with sorghum, maize as a main crops grown by the household consumption. When it comes to food, sorghum and maize are our leading, you know, crops that we produce. Plus wheat, which is also emerging for the last 5 years. Fruit and horticultural farming are still smaller and started by commercial farming people. Rain-fed farming across 90% cultivated land, while irrigated accounts for the remaining 10%. Smallholder farmers dominate the sector, typically owning farms reaching over 2 to 30 hectares with an average size of about 4 hectares. The two main agricultural seasons is a good rainy season from April to June, or from March to June, as I said, and there, which is autumn, which is September and October, throughout November sometimes. And this table also shows the production of cereals, for the year 2012 to year 2018. Investment, opportunities, and incentives. Value chain development, investment in deep sea fishing, marine products of cold storage, marine resource processing. All those are the sectors that are ready to be invested. Opportunities, greenhouse farming as well for the agriculture center, agricultural machinery, agricultural equipment banks for renting, leasing equipment, invest in supply inputs like seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, agricultural extension services, agricultural product and processing. Incentives. Tax incentives, zero tax rate for the first 3 years of operation for the investors. And 50% reduction on taxable profits thereafter. Import taxes on material and equipment are also exempt. Market incentives, Ethiopia and Saudi Arabia have expressed interest in importing Somaliland fish. Opportunities for imports substitution and high demand for exports in the region, growing demand on fresh fruits and vegetables for major towns in Somaliland and beyond the border as well. Major challenge for consideration, drought and water shortage. Drought is recurrent in the Horn of Africa for the past 50 years. Poor rainfall, which is also a factor. Desert locust, that's also another factor, which always, degrades, the farming sector. Pests and diseases, normally everywhere, which the technical know-how and everything slow. Environmental degradation, inadequate investment capital, lack of technology, inadequate institutional capacity, inadequate technical capacity, inadequate agricultural research, poor rural infrastructure, like roads, etc. Lack of feed availability, inadequate veterinary services, mobbing and data collection. Before concluding my speech, Somaliland is a post-war starting up country, and it has tremendous potentials and opportunities. We welcome investors and our partners to come to Somaliland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dembe. We have our next speaker from Mozambique. Welcome Mr. Alexander Fernandez, Director of Swisslab Group, to give us his speech.
They have the presentation. This is just to guide me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank Tatra for the opportunity to be here and discuss the opportunities in my beautiful country. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the healthcare sector in Mozambique and its opportunities, so both in the public sector and private sector. So as an overview, Mozambique's healthcare sector is a mix of public and private facilities. The public sector is the main provider of services, but there is a growing role provided by the private sector, especially in your urban areas. At the moment, there are roughly 1,852 healthcare facilities in Mozambique, which account for about 23,576 hospital beds. Healthcare delivery in Mozambique in the public sector is organized into three tiers, so central hospitals, provincial hospitals, and district hospitals. The healthcare services are primarily delivered through a network of healthcare facilities, including hospitals, health centers, and health posts, as well as your private sector, the private clinics and hospitals. The main challenges in our public healthcare are inadequate funding, shortages of trained healthcare professionals, and the lack of essential equipment and medicines. There is a shortage of workforce in Mozambique. Currently, we have about 38,176,000 healthcare professionals, and this shortage is mostly felt in the rural areas. We are burdened mainly by diseases like malaria, HIV, tuberculosis, and other infectious diseases. But great efforts have been made in the past decades to fight this disease and reduce their challenges. One of the main focuses on healthcare in Mozambique is the maternal and child health, and a great deal of effort has been put towards minimizing these challenges. Healthcare financing in Mozambique relies on a combination of domestic and international funding. mainly international donors and development partners, and including organizations such as the World Health Organization and UNICEF play a crucial role in financing our healthcare system. Traditional medicine is very strong still in Mozambique, very widely used, mainly in the rural areas. And government has recently made big efforts in trying to bring the traditional healers in line with the conventional healthcare system. So the main challenges for our healthcare sector are inadequate funding, infrastructure disparities, you will see further, between the urban areas and the rural areas, the lack of professional, and our diseases. So to contextualize our healthcare system, primary healthcare is where we have our most facilities. We have over 1,500 of these facilities, and they cater for 70–80% of the population. In Mozambique, primary healthcare is either free or a symbolic fee is charged. Then we have secondary healthcare, catering for about 10–15% of the population. Tertiary healthcare, 5–8% of the population, and then 2–3% have access to quaternary healthcare. Here we can see the distribution of the public sector in Mozambique. There is a great disparity. As you can see, there's some areas in the rural areas that have got very little coverage. Mozambique has 129 districts. Currently, only 49 of these districts have a hospital, at least a district hospital. Only 7 provinces out of the 11 have tertiary care, and only 5 provinces out of the 11 have quaternary care. Access to health services, here are the big disparities. So in your urban areas, almost 98% of the population has access to healthcare services. In the rural areas, it falls to just over 55%. Mozambique's population, we are currently at about 32 million citizens. We have a very young population. About 56% of our population is 18 or under. And we've been having steady growth over the past decades. Our healthcare system hasn't been managing very well to keep track with the population growth. When it comes to healthcare professionals, yes, training has been invested. So healthcare professionals per 10,000 population is growing. We're currently at 13, which is still well below the recommended 23 healthcare professionals per 10,000 people recommended by the World Health Organization. When it comes to healthcare facilities, here we are falling behind. Population is growing at a faster rate than we can build healthcare facilities, so our rate has dropped to now 0.56 healthcare facilities per 10,000 population, so about half of what the WHO recommends. Maternal mortality, improvements have been made, a slight increase in recent years. Infant mortality, big improvements have been made in the past decades. The main investment opportunity in the public healthcare sector is the presidential initiative called One District, One Hospital, where the aim is to achieve at least one district hospital per district in Mozambique. This will require the construction or requalification of 98 district hospitals. For this, the government also assumes that there will be a component of new construction, as well as rehabilitation and equipping of existing hospitals, and an accelerated training of healthcare professionals to cater for this increase in hospitals. Here is a brief cost outline that the government expects to have with this initiative. So you're looking at the different models of hospitals, Model 1, 2, and 3. They differ mainly in the number of beds. In terms of capabilities, they're basically identical. And then you have also requalification of existing units. You have the estimated costs. So this is an initiative that will cost the country just under $840 million US. And this is expected to be achieved by the end of the decade. So this is the current status. We're currently at about 49 district hospitals in Mozambique. Actually 50. We had one that was inaugurated 2 days ago. And we expect to reach 92 by the end of the decade. To cater for these hospitals, healthcare professionals, at the moment, we are greatly lacking, but there is steady training on doctors being done. Private sector of Mozambique. Again, here you will see the disparity between urban areas and rural areas. So Maputo City, our capital, is home to 141 of the nation's 224 private healthcare facilities. That's out of a total of the 1,100 facilities in Mozambique. So private healthcare facilities comprise of 194 medical rooms, medical centers, and 25 clinics and 5 hospitals for the private sector. We currently have 2 local manufacturers that produce drugs in the country, mainly your first line of medicines like paracetamol, some antibiotics. We have 183 importers of medical equipment and medicines, and these are distributed throughout the country by 87 private companies, transport companies in logistics. For retail of medicines, we have 845 retail pharmacies throughout Mozambique, and we have 15 private medical training institutions spread throughout the country. Again, when I say spread, it's usually 2 to 3 places in the country. Main constraints of the private sector in Mozambique. The first one, public tendering. It's a complex and lengthy process and delays payments to the private sector. This places a huge burden, especially on your smaller companies, with only the larger companies being able to sustain long periods waiting for payment from government. Access to financing, a very big constraint in Mozambique. Our interest rates are prohibitively high. They are currently just under 30%. And this is compounded with a currency that has remained stable for the past 4 years, pegged to the dollar. So it is prohibitively expensive to get access to banking loans in Mozambique. And then the country's poverty rate is declining, but the consumer's ability is still very limited with regards to access to private services, as about 48% of the population still rates below the poverty line. Supplying healthcare products in Mozambique. Just a brief requirements. So Mozambique requires all suppliers of medicines and medical products to be registered with the Ministry of Health. That's on top of your license from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. In Mozambique, there is a differentiation of what you can do with your license. So if you are an importer of medical goods, you cannot be a service provider, and vice versa. So if you operate a hospital, you cannot import your own equipment. Just as if you are a pharmacy, you cannot import your medicines. And if you import medicines, you cannot sell to the public. You can only supply wholesale and pharmacies. So they differentiate what companies are able to do in the healthcare sector. Medicines and medical products require registration with the Ministry of Health. This can be costly and time-consuming. You're looking very optimistically 3 to 6 months for medical products, sometimes longer for medicines. Also a costly process. But once successful registration is obtained, you have exclusive importation rights for that product for 5 years, renewable. Medicines and diagnostic reagents in Mozambique are exempt of duties and tax. Medical equipment, furnitures pay 5% import duty, 16% value-added tax. And medical services are subject to 5% value-added tax. Corporate income tax in Mozambique, 32%, so still high. Personal income tax, highest bracket, 20%. Capital gains on disposal of shares, 32%, and dividends, 20%. Opportunities in the healthcare sector. Infrastructure and healthcare infrastructure development. So we have a large need for hospitals, clinics throughout the country, diagnostic centers, particularly in rural areas. Medical equipment, there is a need for supply of equipment, the maintenance of such equipment, the consumables throughout the country. So proper distributors representing the brands and being able to provide all the necessary technical support and after-sales services. We have a big need for pharmaceuticals, medicines, so there's opportunities in the manufacturing of medicines and vaccines, with good incentives being offered by government for such. Primary care and preventive health services, big opportunities for private clinics, maternal child health services, preventive health programs. In education and training, there is a need for medical training facilities, medical schools, nursing programs. Telemedicine and e-health solutions. We have a fairly large country, long, with difficult access, difficult road infrastructure. So solutions such as telemedicine and e-health services are perfect for Mozambique, especially in the remote areas. And more investments are being done in this area. A good example is in the logistics sector. There is now a program where they do delivery of medical medicines and medical reagents using drones in several provinces of Mozambique. This is due to the difficult road access and also environmental conditions. We have rainy season. In rainy season, a lot of the roads in rural areas become intransitable. Partnerships for public-private collaboration. Mozambican government has been looking for public-private partnerships to provide medical services in Mozambique. And of course, supply chain management. Mozambique still needs a lot of investment in their logistics infrastructure, and distribution of medical products is very difficult in Mozambique, difficult and costly. Finally, incentives to invest in Mozambique, not only in the healthcare sector, but in general. So government offers several tax benefits, from foreign tax credits, credits for domestic double taxation, accelerated depreciation, tax deductible expenditure, deduction to taxable income, investment tax credits, exemption of duties and VAT on import of capital equipment, and as well as many benefits for establishing companies in special economic zones and industrial-free zones. The government offers accessible land for projects. We have much simplified procedures for the licenses and permits now. And there is also protection against expropriation. And recently, government has introduced the elimination of visa requirements for 29 countries to promote investments and trade in Mozambique. And that is all for now. So if you have any questions regarding the healthcare sector, investing in Mozambique in general, please feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Our next speaker is from Algeria. Let us welcome Mr. Amour Riyad, CEO of Conserverie du Maghreb.
This is to go forward and this backward. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. the President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Riyad Amour. I am the CEO of Conserverie du Maghreb. It's French name because our second language in Algeria is French. My company is in the food sector where we produce food preserves, especially tomato concentrate and fruit jam. Today I will speak about the food sector in which I evolve in Algeria, of course. First of all, as introduction, Algeria had its independence in 1962. It's in the north of Africa, as you can see. Its area size is 2.381,000 kilometers, square kilometers. It's the 10th biggest country in the world, but the usable agricultural area is only 20% since Algeria is divided in two parts. The north is usable area for agriculture, but the south is mainly desert and Sahara. The climate is Mediterranean in the north and desertic in the south. The population is 45 million people. The active population is 13 million, and demographic growth is 1.9%. For the economic overview, the GDP of Algeria is $224 billion. The rank is 56. It's divided into three sectors. Agriculture is 14.7%, industry is 42.3%, and services 43%. The GDP growth is 5% expectation for 2023. External debt to GDP is 1.6%, which is a good number, very good number, in fact. But public debt to GDP is 56%. Which is also acceptable. The inflation rate is 8% for 2023 expectation, of course, and the unemployment rate is 13%. Our natural resources are oil, petroleum, natural gas, minerals, iron, phosphate, uranium, etc. Total exports for 2022 is $67 billion, and total imports for 2022 is $39 billion. Why invest in Algeria? First of all, because we have a political stability, growing middle class, proximity with Europe. In fact, to take a flight from Algiers to France is less time than to go from the north of Algeria to the south of Algeria. The proximity with Europe, a good connection with African countries. We have 6 countries surrounding Algeria. Moderate level of competition. Algerian businesses are getting better in terms of competitiveness, but we are not arrived yet to the level of high competitiveness. So for those who want to invest in Algeria, it's easy for them to succeed and make money. Association agreement with the European Union, free trade agreement with African countries, free trade agreement with Arab countries, important local and regional market demand, important key competitiveness elements such as low energy cost. Of course, in Algeria, energy is very, very low, qualified and affordable manpower. The infrastructure in Algeria, we have 7,000 kilometers of borders, 1,200 kilometers of coastline. A rail network is, we have a rail network of 6,500 kilometers. That was in 2023. And by 2030, we're gonna arrive to 12,500 kilometers. We have 35 airports, including 13 international, 52 ports, including 11 for international trade, And we have a big network of road, 118,000 kilometers of road network, including 2,400 kilometers of highway. International internet bandwidth is 7.8 terabytes. Then there is the new project of the highway that connects the north of Algeria to the south of Algeria, which is under construction. It's almost done. It represents 4,800 kilometers trans-Saharan route connecting 6 African countries, including more than 2,000 kilometers in Algeria. 21,000 kilometers of pipeline for the transport of hydrocarbons, including more than 11,000 kilometers for gas, natural gas. Electric production capacity of more than 24,000 megawatts, 30,000 megawatts in 2030, and 85 large water dams. I forgot to put it. Why dams? Because in Algeria we have water issues. Our agriculture mainly rely on the rain, and since there were a lot of climate changes the last years, so we had to construct more dams to use that money for the agriculture. These are the major reforms that the government came up with to help investors to invest in Algeria and to improve the business environment in Algeria. So we have the new investment law of reference 2218 and monetary and banking law, also public procurement law, the Startups Act. The last 3 or 4 years, we have a lot of young people, educated people, who want to join the startup community to come up with new projects, innovative projects. So the government came up with this act to help these young people to join this community. And they're doing a good job, but they still have some challenges to go from the small size to the middle and the big size. Public budget law framework referenced 1815 and removable of the rule of 5149 because since 2007 Algeria made a new decision for foreign investors. If they want to invest to Algeria, they have to do it through partnership with the local investors with the 51-49%. But last year, the government decided to remove this decision and make it free for the investors to invest in Algeria without restrictions. Investment environment. So we have a new investment law, 2218, and the creation of the new Algerian Investment Promotion Agency. This new agency is supposed to help to get close and to assist the investors, Algerian investors and foreign investors to do their investment in Algeria. A modern legal framework for the promotion, facilitation and support investors based on the one principal stop shop. So there is only one office where you can go and do the procedures in order to create a new project. A framework providing more security and guarantee to all investors. And there are 3 incentive regimes classified on 3 levels depending on the sectors, the location and the structuring impact of the project. So the more important the project is and the more incentives you are, it's all specified in the platform. As of the agriculture, 14.7% of our GDP comes from agriculture. 80% of Algerian area is Sahara, as I said. That is a challenge. It's a weakness in terms of agriculture in Algeria, but Algerian government today is trying to promote the Saharan agriculture. Only 3.5% of total area is actually cultivated. Average of now, if we compare what's in the farms in Algeria in terms of power of the investors and what's the average in the world. So the average of 142 tractors per 100 kilometers square, not sufficient compared to developed countries. Fertilizers, in Algeria we use an average of 37 kilogram per hectare utilized, whereas the world average is 140 kilogram per hectare. This is a weakness, but also it makes the Algerian products more organic, since we use less of fertilizers, but the yield is much less, of course. So the wheat yield in Algeria, the average is 1.7 tons per hectare, which is very, it's not the same average as the world average. The world average is 4.1 tons per hectare. That means that we can do with more investment, with more education and skills and technicity, we can make this yield at least double. And if we arrive to a double of yield, Algeria will be sufficient in terms of wheat in Algeria, since Algerian people consume a lot of wheat. Annual milk yield per cow, average of 2,500 kilograms, whereas the world average is above 6,000. 5% of vegetable seeds are produced locally, the rest is imported. 65% of farms are mechanized, 2 big projects for transformation of oilseed, 1 big project of production of sugar beet, many big projects for the production of cereals and meat and milk, a new focus on Saharan agriculture. These projects, we're talking here about the agricultural products, which are the inputs of the agri-industry. For example, for the sugar, we have enough transformation of sugar in Algeria, but the raw material is imported from abroad. Algeria now is trying to invest in the sugar beet to have the raw material produced in Algeria. The food industry, 50% of GDP, if we exclude petroleum and natural gas, of course. Food market is $16 billion, expected growth of 5%. Largest segments are cereals, confectionery, and snacks and beverage. Number of agri-food enterprises in Algeria is 47,000 enterprises, 90% of them are private. 2.7 millions employed in agriculture and agri-food industry, but the main part is in the agriculture, of course. There are 270,000 retail points of sale in Algeria. 0.4% of total revenue will be generated through online sales by 2023. This is very small number, but this number is going to grow rapidly in the coming years. Agricultural products imports of the year 2022 is $11 billion, 25% of total imports. Also, Algerian imported 65% of its needs in cereals, wheat, corn, etc. These are the subsectors. Since we don't have time, it's showing me that time is up. So the subsectors are in front of you. Some of examples of the foreign companies that exist in Algeria: Coca-Cola, Danone, Pepsi, Castel Group, Jumbo, Bell, Nestlé, and Lactalis. Castel Group is a beverage, French beverage group, which last year bought an Algerian company in Algeria. That company is called Ruiba. It's a very strong company, very big company. So this French company just took it over. The challenges: growing demand to satisfy more investment, higher yields, less weights, climate-resistant products for the desertic areas, economic diversification, development of new industrial zones, government incentives for strategic sectors, integration in the regional and global value chains through partnerships and trade. We have also a challenge of scarcity of water, seawater desalination. These big projects, Algeria is undertaking these projects in Algeria. Groundwater, utilization of groundwater, need for more irrigation equipments, need for know-how, especially in agriculture, quality enhancement to meet world standards, irrigation using groundwater, big demand for livestock feed, weather conditions is becoming a big concern and issue in Algeria. Investment opportunities in the food industry, investment in the upstream, because we have a lot of food companies in Algeria, but their inputs, they are imported from abroad. And our next step is to produce these inputs in Algeria. Production of milk, cereal, oilseed, sugar beet. Frozen food is in demand in Algeria. Ready meals also, restaurant chains, technology transfer for production of inputs, better yields in agriculture and waste treatment, information technology both in industry and in agriculture, a need for equipment, machinery, and spare parts. In conclusion, I say that as an Algerian enterprise and Algerian person, I wanted to say, because since this the beginning of this afternoon, we were talking about African countries, so I want to say a word about Taiwan. So Taiwan, for us, as we see it from our standpoint, is a big success story, a small country which is making wonders in the world, especially in economy. I think that Taiwan can be a model for African countries and for Algeria also. So please come to our countries to share our growth rate in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Riyad. Next, we have our speaker from Nigeria, Mr. Shola Obadimu, Director General of NACSIMA. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Shola Obadimu. I am the Director General at NACSIMA. NACSIMA means Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. We are more or less the business community in Nigeria because there are about 70 chambers of commerce in Nigeria. Then we have what we call bilateral chambers of commerce, and then we have pan-Nigerian corporate organizations that belong to. Can you shift this thing, please? So we more or less represent the business community. I'm not here alone. I have two colleagues from Nigeria. I have Mrs. Omotayo Adeola. Maybe she will say a few words after. And then Miriam, she just came in, she just flew in, from Nigeria. We have a strong women entrepreneurs group and a strong youth entrepreneurs group, and Miriam is representing the women entrepreneurs group. Now, Nigeria is a peculiar country, despite what anyone might say. It's a huge economic potential. Our population is a big strength. Out of the 1.3 billion African population, we have about 250 million with us, which means about 1/5 or 1/6 of the African population, you find them in Nigeria. And there are various shades of needs, beyond what has been written for me to present, I just want to say this generally. From cutting across every sector, we have opportunities in energy. Many countries that presented earlier spoke of their energy needs. It's even a bit deeper in Nigeria because in South Africa, I understand they have about 60 million people, and they have about 58 megawatts energy generated. In Nigeria, about 250 million with just about 5 megawatts generated. So there are a lot of needs, alternative energy needs in Nigeria. Anything to improve the energy situation, you find that. So if there is any country that wants to have a serious discussion about energy supply or generation or transmission, Nigeria has a big opportunity for that. There are opportunities in roads building, opportunities in drainages, hospitals, technical skills education, artisans upscaling. Irrespective of whatever picture you might have about Nigeria, a lot of Asian nationals are doing good business in Nigeria. A lot of Chinese are doing wonderful business in Nigeria. They are smiling. Indians, Lebanese. The South Africa are not too far behind. They saw our gaps in telecommunications some years ago. They took advantage of it. The kind of business MTN is doing in Nigeria is far bigger than whatever they are making in South Africa. They also saw opportunities in broadcasting. Multichoice is doing good business in Nigeria. Sasol came at a point and invested with Chevron in a gas-to-liquid project. It was also a successful venture. Stanbic is all over Africa, and they are also dominant in the Nigerian banking industry. So the Egyptians too, they are looking inwards, I'm sure. They are also doing. So there are opportunities in Nigeria, irrespective of the picture that might have been painted. So back to my presentation. Next slide, please. If we break it into three sectors, we will find services, agriculture, and industries. These are key services because of the huge population that we've got, all various of needs. Next slide, I want to run through quickly. Next slide, please. And then the sectoral contributions to GDP, that is detailed as below. Construction, 9.7, manufacturing, 14.6, ICT, 14.8, agric, 21.1. Let's move ahead, please. The fastest growing sectors, construction, IT, utilities, banking and finance, solid minerals. Solid minerals is another good opportunity sector. Right now, the government is just trying, the new government is trying to build up policies around mining, because there is need to add value to whatever we take out, whether they are mineral resources or agric products. We are not really beneficiating our minerals as it is. There is a lot of illegal mining going on. This can be better structured so that government can use that as a huge employment strategy and also realize a lot of taxes from that. Right now, because it's illegal money that is going on, the government is not realizing any taxes right now. Slow growing, agric has a lot of potential across its value chain, which is underexploited. Preservation, there's a great need for preservation and processing to fully utilize that. And that's another sector that could employ a lot of our young population it's not fully optimized right now. Transportation can also be a huge opportunity sector. There are opportunities in mass transportation, particularly in our big cities. Lagos is congested with about 20 million people, and they make do with small buses and tricycles and bikes, which cannot fully satisfy the needs of that city. Next slide, please. The manufacturing sector, because this is what I was specifically asked to speak about, that is the breakdown in output growth, right from chemicals and pharmaceuticals down to textiles and apparels. Next slide, please. Now, this is important to us because, like I said, we need to employ our people and we need to pay taxes to government. And without growing the manufacturing sector, we are not doing ourselves a lot of justice. We will do better. We will improve our policies in this area. And the sector recorded an aggregate contribution of 32.346 trillion naira to the Nigerian economy over the past 5 years, from 2018 to 2022. But it just represents about 9% of the GDP. Next slide, please. We've drawn this up to sort of illustrate the pathways that we need to, or the strategies we need to deploy to get some particular outcomes and make an ultimate impact. Next slide, please. Now, these incentives are in place to manufacturers. We have the pioneer status incentive. We have investment tax relief. We have exemption from contribution to ITF, deduction for R&D, customs and import duty incentives, investment assurance and guarantees, and some sector-specific incentives. All these details I could better elucidate on after this presentation. Next slide, please. We grew these benefits specifically to enhance the financial performance of the manufacturing firms as an incentive. There are tax incentives to increase availability of funds for these firms to finance their capital projects, and then to boost the manufacturers' firms' growth and invariably the economy as a whole. Next slide, please. We also have tax holidays and export incentives. All these are in details and can be made available to you. Next slide. We have the export expansion grant to grow our export capabilities, to grow our forex earnings so that we can improve our economy. Next slide. These are part of the policies to promote manufacturing. We have the Industrial Revolution Plan, which was developed in 2014 to maximize the benefits of arising from agri resources and improve performances along that value chain. We have ease of doing business reforms. There is a Presidential Enabling Business Environmental Council, which has implemented a series of reforms to make processes of company registration and so on very efficient, visa on arrival processes and so on. And of course, right now we have some tax reforms ongoing. Next slide. Yes, there are infrastructural gaps, but like I said, it is these gaps that throw up the most opportunities when you want to invest in Nigeria. Others have seen it, they've taken advantage of it. And you can always come in. A population of 250 million, there are various areas of needs, right? Like I said, from hospital, gaps in hospital, or let me say health reforms, health services supply. Then there are gaps in roads, gaps in drainages, gaps in technical skills or education. All these are in critical needs in Nigeria. Next slide. If any company that wants to inject some capital into the Nigerian economic environment is welcome. There are opportunities in areas of manufacture, that is adding value to agri-products or mineral products. That is key. Then in oil and gas, we are a huge crude oil producing country, and you have to bring in your equipment, and then if you have your finance, you are good to go. Next slide. The Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council is to simplify your process of operation so that you could have little or no encumbrances and you could operate without any problems at all. The skills gap, as I've mentioned before, they need to be filled. There are gaps in technical skills. There is our median age in Nigeria is about 19 or 20, and labor is cheap, really. So you have availability of labor on a cheap scale, but of course, you've got to spend a bit more in providing infrastructure for yourself to start with. Next slide. And if you want to supply machinery into the Nigerian environment, you will need industrial machinery that could help lower your operating costs and ensure efficiency because of higher energy costs. Equipment that could enhance adaptation of modern solutions and technologies. And you will need equipment that will facilitate capacity building and upscale skills of local artisans and technical personnel to bridge existing skill gaps, not just to sell off. Those are the realities of our operating environment right now. Next slide. These are what I can call some success stories. This company, the TW Asa Group, just signed off a deal with the Nigerian VC company, venture capital company, Black Birch. They have executed a technical transfer and assist made in Nigeria in building 95 carbon zero ferries. It's a big contract. The TW Asa Group will contribute in building 5 big boats for Nigeria and help Nigeria to build 95 more series. So 5 boats are contributory, 95 are really transactional under that contract. So Taiwan companies are invited to look at the manufacturing environment in Nigeria. As I said, labor is relatively inexpensive. It could be in various areas, ranging from paper to agro-processing, mineral beneficiating, and so on. Next slide. So, in conclusion, Nigeria is a huge market for industrial activities. I've said before, out of the current 1.3 billion population in Africa, well, I think our population is closer to 240 or 250, really, million people. So, about 1/5 or 1/6 of the African population is in Nigeria. We are practically half of the population along the West African coast. So we need an urgent or vibrant manufacturing sector, not only to serve the needs of the population, but the country is a viable central hub to produce for exports to other African countries, particularly along the West African coast. We are an active participant in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It took us late to sign, but we are into it. Other countries are excited about the prospects of tapping something from the Nigerian operating environment. I was in Rwanda about 2 months ago. They're already exporting coffee and tea to Ghana, and they are thinking of having a facility, whether in Nigeria or in Ghana, to supply their products to the West African sub-region. Uganda Airlines just opened up an office in Lagos. People are thinking of taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, looking at the Nigerian population as something to take a second look at. And I join everybody here to also think along those lines. I don't know whether, if I have a little more time, I will call on Motayo to say a few words quickly before wrapping up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Obadimu. Due to
And
some technical
Miriam,
issues.
do you have anything to? Okay, all right.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omotayo Adeola. I represent Ekiti State Government. I'm the Commissioner in charge of Investment, Trade and Industry for Ekiti State. Ekiti State is one of the 36 states in Nigeria. We are in the southwestern part. We have a population of about 3 million, but our market size is actually over 20 million because we are equidistant between Lagos and Abuja. So we are the gateway to the northern market. And we are bounded by 4 states. We have the Ondo State, Osun State, Oyo, Kwara, and Kogi. So we are the gateway. And that gives us immense opportunity as a hub. So if a manufacturing company is set up in Ekiti State, you can access the southwestern market and the northern market. Interestingly, when it comes to our weather, we straddle between the rainforest and the savanna. So the things that grow in the rainforest, like the cash crops, the cocoa, the cashew, grows well in Ekiti State. And things that grow, the crops that grow very well in the northern part of the country, grows well as well in the state. I've talked about this. Can you go, Ron? Yes, Ekiti State. We rank number 1 on the transparency and integrity test. We are accessible, we are open. When it comes to public procurement, human resources, anti-corruption, and citizens engagement, that's who we are. So you come to us, you have no fear of whether you will run into troubles or there will be issues of corruption or dishonesty. We are also number 1 as the safest state in Nigeria, according to the Stat Sense in 2022, as it is void of insurgency, banditry, and any form of insecurity. So why Ekiti State? We have 6 pillars of administration, good governance. In the last, we've been lucky. We've had, what do we call it? We've had stability in terms of governance. In the state, we've had smooth transition from one government to another. So the current governor took over this administration we started last year, but is in the same set of people that have been in control for quite a while. So we have a 30-year or 50-year development plan, which we are running with. So that helps us. We have youth, part of the 6 pillars of administration, youth development and job creation, human capital development, agricultural and rural development, infrastructure and industrialization, arts, culture, and tourism. So why would you do business with us? Good governance, I've talked about that. Innovative economy, inclusive government policies, enabling business environment, high literacy rates. I'll pause a bit here. Ekiti, we could liken it to the mini Taiwan in Nigeria. For every household, we have a PhD holder, and in most cases, a professor. So when you look at our population, the literacy rate is very high. In Nigeria, we have the lowest out-of-school rate. And in terms of, in Nigeria, we are well educated, but we have the largest population of education people. And I say, by extension, in the continent, Ekiti State actually ranks high in education. So what does that do for us? We have abundance of human resources. So I know there is labor shortage in Taiwan. You could come to Ekiti and set up a manufacturing outpost. We have good, educated human resources. It is safe. It is heaven on earth. Just come to Ekiti and experience what we have. Our comparative advantage, agriculture. We started off as an agrarian economy, but as As everything that we've had in Nigeria, we've abandoned agriculture, so we are going back to it. We have fertile land that could give the manufacturing outfits the required raw materials, highly skilled workforce, abundant natural and mineral resources, and business-friendly reforms. Investment opportunity. I heard that someone in Algeria, yes, Algeria, you do have tomato processing plant. You could come and set up an outfit in Ekiti because of our weather and the soil. You have challenge of desertification. You can come and start planting in Nigeria, and you can process and export back to your country. So tomato processing is quite lucrative. We've done some we've thrown some numbers on it. It's quite bankable. So if you want, we are inviting investors, come to Ekiti, this land of opportunity. Mining is a sweet spot in Nigeria right now. Interestingly, Ekiti is a gem waiting to be discovered. We are rich in mineral resources, which a lot of industries are looking for. It's interesting that we have lepidolite and spodumene, which are the things that they beneficiate to make into lithium. So I've had people talking about electric vehicles. I'm sure that you need the raw materials to make the batteries. So come to Ekiti, land of opportunity. And part of what we have feldspar, we have kaolin. Interestingly, our kaolin in Ekiti has 99.9% purity, higher than what they have in the UK. So it has opportunity for you to set up a pharmaceutical company. We have feldspar, we have clay. So with feldspar, it could help with when one is making ceramic tiles and sanitary wares. So we have the clay, and we have what you can use to seal it. We have granite, we have tantalite, we have bauxite, we have gold coal, lepidolite, iron ore, and including tantalite. Yes, tantalite is there. And we have gemstones out there. These are waiting to be explored and exploited. So you could set up gemstone cutting and polishing facility that will be up to international standard. We could do mining operations through PPP arrangements. You could create training and capacity building for MSM, for miners, and acquisition of mineral title and licenses in Ekiti State, which the state government will assist you to acquire. Cassava production and processing. There is a high demand for cassava, for industrial starch, and for consumption. It is widely grown in Ekiti. It's interestingly that while we grow it, we do not have functional processing factories. So we have high post-harvest losses. It's an opportunity. We invite you to come to Ekiti, the land of opportunity, land of abundance. I've talked about this. Horticulture. Early this year, in Europe, they were actually rationing vegetables in the grocery stores. So you could come to Ekiti. Because of what we have, we could grow horticulture in abundance. Power generation. As my senior colleague had said, Nigeria is a gold mine for power generation because the gap is so huge. And so we invite anyone that could assist in investing in renewable energies and even gas to power or any power generation projects. The numbers are quite good if you come to Nigeria. The investment is huge, but you'll make it back. Light manufacturing, we talked about, processing of agricultural products. We would like to pivot the same way Taiwan did. Taiwan used to be, someone was telling me, Richard Lin, he was telling us about the journey of Taiwan. It was quite a good lecture. I would like to be the Taiwan on Africa. You pivoted from agriculture to industrialization. And so we would like to do that. With your assistance, we can't do it alone. Arts and crafts, we have that in abundance. green economy. Someone did mention that they need wood. Wood, wood, wood. But the forest has been overexploited over the years. So we're looking for investors that will help us to regenerate the forest, and so there will be available timber for export. We have over 10 forest reserves under government control waiting for investors. So if you're in timber business, somebody did mention is in timber, Lagos Ekiti is waiting for you. And apart from the one directly under control, we have private forests that have wood, but we need regenerate, we need investment there. And the regulatory authorities, we are quite in charge. Like we said, Ekiti is safe, free of banditry and any unrest. So, special agro-processing zone, 40,000 hectares have been earmarked for agro-processing zone in Ekiti, which is available for investors to come in and plant and process. Ekiti Knowledge Zone is a world-class knowledge park that is leveraging on Ekiti State's comparative advantage on our literacy to create a vibrant ecosystem for innovative businesses and a conducive environment for collaboration. We are English-speaking. Our education is patterned after the British, just like Taiwan. So we calling on companies that need outsourcing of their back office and middle office processes to come to Ekiti. That is what this Ekiti Knowledge Zone is. We have a large pool of tech, young tech and practitioners that we can put to work so that they can live in Ekiti and work for you remotely anywhere in the world. We want Nigeria and Ekiti to be a processing outpost. So that's why the Ekiti Knowledge Zone is set up. And we've gotten, is the first service knowledge park in Nigeria as is a free trade zone. And also we have the cargo airport almost completed so that it will be a gateway to anything we produce and we can take it to the world. Innovation ecosystem, I've talked about that. We have a large pool of professionals that can provide back-end technology support services. Blue economy, we have 5 dams. Just this time, there's a small video on one of the dams, but I will spare you that because we run out of time. The dams, they're only for water, but there are immense opportunity. We could use it for aquaculture, and we could use it for irrigation for crop production. Ekiti is waiting for you. Please join us. Possible areas of collaboration. I think I've said it all. Success enabling factors. We have tax policies. We have ease of doing business. In fact, we ranked 14 in ease of doing business in 2022 out of 36 states. Investment incentives, they are here. I don't want, my time is up. Any other thing? Where are we? Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Obadimu and Ms. Adeola for the sharing. Due to some technical issues, Mr. Elish from Sewedy Electric was not able to share with us his video. Now the issue has been fully addressed. Before entering into the second session, let us welcome Mr. Elish to the stage again to share his video. Please give him applause.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the team. We'll just, thank God we're going to see the movie. Okay, thank you.
Africa, with its abundance of natural resources and a young entrepreneurial-minded population, supported by a visionary leadership committed to economic development. As an African company with over 80 years operational experience, Sewedy Electric is engaged in a diverse range of projects. The company's strength is projected by over 14,000 skilled employees, with a total company turnover of nearly $3 billion. The projects Sewedy Electric has financed in Africa are worth a total of $1.27 billion, which is proof of our commitment to the sustainable development of the continent. The group's investment portfolio comprises direct investments and facilities in production and manufacturing, ranging from cable factories and accessories insulators, smart meters, lighting poles, as well as transformers. To facilitate the ease of operation and startup, Sewedy Electric provides financial solutions to African governments and individual clients with credit and tailored payment terms for all scale projects. The group has invested in renewable energy IPP projects such as wind and solar, as well as the world's largest solar plant in Ben, Egypt. Our engineering and contracting capabilities enable the construction of the Beni Suef Power Generation Plant, the world's largest combined cycle power plant built in one phase, generating 4,800 megawatt. The Ataka and Mahmoudeya power generation plants were delivered in a record 159 days, with a capacity of 650 and 330 megawatt respectively, as part of the company's fast-track projects. Sewedy Electric is also a prime partner for the Rufiji Hydroelectric Dam in Tanzania and other mega projects across Africa. With 57 projects generating in excess of 38,000 megawatt power, plus 1,200 kilometers of 500 kilovolt overhead transmission lines, and over 18 substations ranging from 66 kilovolt and 500 kilovolt, providing the sustainable power and transmission networks to distribute and measure consumption efficiently. Infrastructure projects are the cornerstone of economic development. As such, Sewedy Electric provides construction, technical and operational expertise for the execution of ports, airports, and water solutions. The group's technology sector executes nationwide ICT projects such as e-government deployments and intelligent transportation systems, transforming African cities to smart cities. Our development sector builds industrial and logistical parks that support both industrialization and competitiveness, providing communities with a work environment fusing manufacturing, logistics, and commerce in one full-service area. These partnerships are empowered by knowledge transfer and training of skilled local engineers, from the conceptual phase to the successful handover. This inter-African collaboration impacted people's lives, resulting in employment opportunities, communal health projects, and educational institutions, offering a better standard of living and prosperity for all Africans. Sewedy Electric, empowering a better Africa, empowering a better life.
Now we will enter into the second session of our seminar. Let us welcome our first speaker of the second session to deliver his speech online. Welcome Mr. Tony Guo, President of the Taiwanese Chambers of Commerce in Nigeria.
大家好，我是奈及利亚台湾商会的 Tony Guo，很高兴可以分享我在非洲经商的一些经验，谢谢。非洲拥有非常多的潜力包含人口红利新兴的中产阶级崛起城市化还有数位化的趋势。那非洲大型企业的布局包含各行各业，有资源开发、能源领域制造业、基础建设、农业与食品加工、金融业与服务业，还有零售业与消费品等。那资源开发与能源领域呢，非洲拥有丰富的资源包含石油、天然气，还有丰富的矿产资源那投资的大型企业也非常的多包含 Shell Exxon Mobil Total BP 等企业。那制造业与基础建设，那还有基础建设包含中国的交建中铁建等制造业也非常的多元包含汽车生产、电子设备、纺织业、食品加工等。那参与非洲基建的基础建设的公司也非常的多，那主要有中国建设中国交建然后大宇建设这些。那非洲的大型制造商也非常之多那包含 奈及利亚的Dangote Group 哦，他们经营的范围包含水泥、食品加工、石油、纺织等哦，那还有其他很大的大型企业哦，包含联合利华的非洲分公司等。那非洲也有丰富的农业，所以农业跟食品加工也是非常的值得投资的项目哦，包含农业资源包含咖啡啊、可可豆啊、棕榈油啊、玉米、稻米、花生、棉花、大豆、蔬菜等。那细项的部分分布于非洲各个国家，那我就没有详细的叙述。哦，那当然有热带水果啊、茶叶啊、糖啊、牛肉、羊肉等。制造业的经营需要也有庞大的金融业跟服务业哦。那金融业包含奈及利亚的 Zenith 南非的 Standard Bank， 那电信业、科技业也是吸引了大量的投资包含 MTN 集团啊、Safaricom 等那这边大概叙述一下非洲的主要大型银行那包含南非的 Standard Bank， 那奈及利亚的 Zenith Bank， 然后有 UBN Bank、Access Bank、GT Bank， 非常多的银行。那非洲主要的科技通讯产业也非常的蓬勃包含南非的 MTN Group， 然后 Orange、Ericsson、Airtel， 还有一些手机制造商包含华为啊、三星啊。然后 ZTE 等，那么非洲近年来的电子商务也是发展的非常蓬勃包含Jumia 它在多个非洲国家都有电子商务，然后奈及利亚的空港等。零售业与消费品经济不断的发展所以零售业跟消费品的市场也非常的巨大那包含沃尔玛、肯德基在非洲都有扩大投资那消费品包含宝洁啊、联合利华、卡夫食品等非洲零售业的消费品非常的多样性那包含各个领域食品、饮料、个人护理、健康、家居用品时尚服装、电子产品、建材、儿童用品等那刚刚介绍的是大致上是整个非洲的概况。那我们公司是在奈及利亚经营的。那我目前介绍一下细项介绍一下奈及利亚这个是奈及利亚的地图位于西非奈及利亚的地理位置位于西非，那邻国有贝宁、尼日尔、查德、科麦隆等。那它的首都是阿布贾。那第一大城跟最大的商业跟金融中心是拉各斯。那人口奈及利亚拥有2亿的人口，也是世界上第7多国家。历史渊源奈及利亚在20世纪是被英国所统治，然后在1960年才获得独立。经济部分奈及利亚目前是非洲最大的经济体，那经济主要以出口石油为主当然还有多元的一些产业，包含农业、矿业、服务业等。那文化产业奈及利亚也拥有丰富的文化产业包含有各个民族有不同的传统艺术音乐、舞蹈、文学等。宗教，奈及利亚主要的宗教是伊斯兰教与基督教。那语言，英文是奈及利亚的官方语言。那因为有不同的种族，那主要拥有超过250种不同的语言与方言。那其中最大的方言为豪沙语、尤罗巴语跟伊波语。这里介绍更多的介绍奈及利亚的一些事项奈及利亚是非洲最多人口的国家那也是非洲最大的石油生产国 那拉各斯是它最大的城市，也是金融中心。那尼日尔湖是非洲最大的湖泊，然后产电国是非洲奈及利亚是位于非洲的第4大产电国。那奈及利亚拥有多元的民族跟语言那刚刚有提过它拥有超过250种不同的语言与方言。那再来是电影产业，奈及利亚的电影业通常称为 Nollywood 它的产量是仅次于印度的宝莱坞那当然影响力最大的还是美国的好莱坞那再来音乐产业也是非常的蓬勃奈及利亚拥有非洲最大的音乐产业，那在世界上也有相当的地位，拥有许多的非洲的歌手或是奈及利亚歌手在美国活跃或全世界活跃。非洲的首富Dangote 集团是奈及利亚人那他也是非洲的首富。再来介绍我们台商在奈及利亚拥有的商机那奈及利亚是非洲人口最稠密的国家之一拥有2亿人口，所以这个也提供了台商庞大的巨大商机，所以在各个领域，包含消费品医疗保健农业基础建设或是其他的消费品有巨大的潜力。奈及利亚在自然资源也是相当的丰富当然主要是石油、天然气那当然还有其他矿产。那台湾对于这个部分其实也可以有相当的合作包含技术设备各方面。再来基础建设方面，奈及利亚也积极的在改善基础建设包含道路、港口、机场、人员建设等等。那这些其实台商在这些领域也可以找到不错的发展机会。然后教育技术合作，台湾的教育体制与先进的技术，其实可以提供当地的产业我们可以提供培训或技术转移，有助于他们的技术提升。奈及利亚在于多个产业其实都有相当的发展包含纺织制造食品加工建材家具农业加工医疗产业或是塑料制品，还有电子消费产品，其实各个领域都是非常的有商机那刚刚有提到奈及利亚还是非洲最大的石油与天然气生产国之一那台湾企业在这个部分当然可以寻求相当的一些商机跟技术合作。奈及利亚也拥有丰富的矿产包含煤炭铁矿石钴矿、钛矿、金矿等。农业产品主要棕榈油芝麻、可可、咖啡、稻米、谷物、蔬菜等这些其实台湾企业也可以参与一些农业加工，其实也是非常的有投资潜力的。牧业，奈及利亚也拥有大片的森林可以提供相当大的木材与林木产品。再来渔业因为奈及利亚是靠海所以也有相当丰富的一些农业资源包含渔业、海鲜那台湾的海产品加工养殖其实应该也有相当大的发展空间。再来可再生能源奈及利亚对于各种产业包含可再生能源也有积极的寻求需求包含太阳能风能各方面。所以在这个部分台湾产业其实也可以寻求一些商机水资源管理奈及利亚的水资源管理是有挑战的基本上水资源还是稍显不足所以在于供水水处理灌溉方面，台湾的企业也可以提供相关的技术与设备 那这个部分介绍一下那个奈及利亚的自然资源那包含石油天然气以外，其实还有相当的矿产资源包含锡啊、铅啊、锌啊、铁矿石啊、银石。那奈及利亚是非洲最大的银石生产国之一。再来石膏啊、盐啊、石灰石、煤矿、蓝宝石、玄武岩等。再介绍奈及利亚主要的一些市场那拉各斯是奈及利亚主要的经济中心。那除了拉各斯以外，其实各个州也有不同的市场与集散地。那我现在讲拉各斯拉各斯是主要奈及利亚的主要市场。那当然它也有多个不同产品的集散地。那包含拉各斯的巴拉贡市场啊、欧修迪市场啊、巴瑞亚市场啊、伊巴登市场。外州的话，包含 Kano Market 然后 Cotonou Market、Enugu Market 然后 Onitsha Market、Owo Market 不同的产品其实在不同的地区都有不同的集散地那像我们公司是经营摩托车跟摩托车零配件，那 Onitsha 就是主要的集散地之一。这个部分我针对于我们公司台商的一些企业分享那以我们的经营为主，那奈及利亚的台商主要还是经营，大部分是传统产业为主，然后包含汽机车零配件啊、机械啊、工具机啊，还有贸易、进出口等项目啊。等等，在经营的部分呢，我们会碰到一些问题如下第一，进出口的部分，那大部分就会碰到了一些清关啊、关税问题啊，那所以务必要了解不同产品有不同的关税再来，货运的运输的问题国内的运输当然包含交通。道路状况不好以外，不同的州政府也有不同的政府法令所以还是需要相当的了解不同的州政府相关法律的不同再来，可能尤其是最近主要最大的问题可能还是汇率问题那奈拉的贬值问题相当严重那所造成的通膨问题，那当然也会造成购买力减退。所以这个也是需要关注的部分。再来，哪些法规跟单位需要注意奈及利亚它是需要一个进口许可的。那当你申请进口许可进口到奈及利亚国家以外，你需要面临的可能还有例如商检局啊、海关单位啊。就算是清完关之后，海关单位还是会不断的做临检的动作再来还有税务单位不管是地方税务单位还有中央税务单位，再来移民局因为我们是外商，那可能会有一些外国干部，那当然移民局也会常常来关切这个也是一个问题再来当地的经营部分当地员工跟我们台湾员工还是有一些管理上的差别。那因为当地员工可能因为文化习惯不一样还有一些语言的隔阂所以工作的配合度跟台籍员工还是有一定的差距所以这个也是提供给大家参考。然后再来就是说，台籍干部当然我们沟通方便，可是招募台籍干部除了我们如果申请台籍干部到奈及利亚工作可能需要一些工作许可以外，那在台湾招募台干的话，也是有一些难处包含困难的是包含我们的预期招募不如预期因为台湾民众普遍对于非洲大陆还是不熟悉所以再来加上奈及利亚当地的生活条件也不比一些已开发国家舒适，跟台湾比起来还是有点落差，所以对于台湾的 青年啊，或者是想要寻求到海外工作的人，其实奈及利亚也并不是这些台湾人的首选哦，所以的确在可能招募台籍干部的话，还是有一点难度的。以上是我对于奈及利亚经商还有我个人的一些经验报告，谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Guo. Let us welcome our next speaker, Mr. Makani Tai, Project Manager of TITRA, to share his insight about market of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hello. Good day, good afternoon, and bonjour. I'm Makani Tai from TITRA. And today, I'm going to share my observation of DRC, Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. And actually, my topic is called, from the PowerPoint you can see, is from zero to hero. So for the coming page, I will let you know that I have divided my topics into three parts. The first one is A, DRC's important policies, and the B is family business systems, and the last one is 3 case studies to share with you guys here. So let's start from A. Okay, so as you can see from the page, the DRC's important policies. I think when it comes to the DRC, people might think about the mining industry, right? No matter for the cobalt or the copper. So to base on the data, you will see the export value of this country, actually it occupies around, or it's almost 99% of its export value. So it's not surprising that for its GDP, the lion's share is also be related to the mining industry in this country. And the second is the development of agriculture and food security. And I think a lot of people will know that for DRC, its population actually is the top 4 largest population in Africa. It has over 100 million population in this country. So we can imagine how important for the food issue for this country. And the last part is social stability. Of course, we all know that, or probably for your stereotype when it comes to the social stability for this country, we will think there are hundreds of thousands of NGOs in this country. But we also cannot deny each coin has 2 sides. So for the positive side, we can see, or you can think, for information security or the cyber security is going to be the potential development or great business in this country. So next page, please. And for the B part, as you can see, family business systems. For my personal observation, I saw when I stayed there for, it's around 1.5 years, it's around 500 days, I think. I found that for Indians, Lebanese, and Nigerians, especially the race of Igbo, they dominate in different industries or business in this country. So for Indians, I saw the electronics, building materials, and shops. They manage it. And then for Lebanese, as you can see, food and the property development, they manage it, and predominantly. The last one is Nigerian. It's quite interesting because when I stay there, I visit the city, the downtown of Kinshasa, and actually there were a lot of districts or streets full of Nigerian people, and I found that they would say, oh, I'm Igbo, and then they are quite proud of it because they believe it's a very special and unique business. Of course, it's a huge business in this country. So for the C part, next please. For the last one, here I'm gonna share 3 case studies because I visit them more than, I think probably more than 5 or even 10 times, and they shared some, I can't really say the secretaries, I would say some tips for them to do their business in this country. So the first one is skincare products. The company is called Fenco. Probably you can try to Google it. So this company, actually, I talked with their managers for, I think, 5 or even 10 times already. I also shared their experience with others in Taiwan already. So they told me the recognition of diversity is the first step, they think. And the second one is try to respect the local customs and local regulations for sure. And the last one, they believe to keep great relation with the local government and hundreds of thousands politicians is very important as well. And then for the second case, the company is called Unicompax Congo. Probably you also can try to Google it because it's quite interesting. This company, how I found it, it uses a lot of social media, try to promote its products and services in this country, and it even tried to translate its advertisements in different languages in Kinshasa. And I also talked with them for many, many times, and they told me their target audience, most of the target audience are the foreigners in Kinshasa. And the last one, yeah, it's quite unique because it's a private, not really big one. And I really appreciate his ideas because this is Mr. Michael. He focuses on agriculture and food industry. And I went to his personal or his family's farmland, which is super, super close to Congo River. Congo River is the second biggest or largest or longest river in Africa. So when I visit there, he says that, or he firmly believes that there is no waste for everything. So for circular economy, that's what he believes. And he also says that that's the future of Congo. Of course, I think that's for our human being. So in conclusion, the last page. In conclusion, I would say, today, because of time limitation, I just used 3 cases study to share with you guys. But to base on my personal opinions and observations, I would say just try to respect the diversities and then try to localize effectively. And the last one is also the most important one. Be patient for everything, in not just only in DRC or Kinshasa, in every country in Africa, I believe. So this is all my presentation for today. Thanks for coming here. Au revoir and enchanté.
Thank you, Mr. Tsai. Our next speaker will be giving his speech online. Let us welcome Mr. William Lin from TITRA to deliver his speech.
各位先进，大家好，我是林秉毅。今天我的简报主题是产业结构调整下的非洲大型企业布局及我国业者商机。国家是象牙海岸。首先，这是我的简报大纲。第一点，是关于象牙海岸的产业结构调整与经济状况。第二点是象牙海岸的重点产业政策。第三点是本地的大型企业布局。那所分享的产业为金融业、农业以及电信产业。那最后一个小小的结论。让我们进入主题哦。象牙海岸拥有丰富的自然资源，超过2900万的人口。那国土面积为322462平方公里，其中60%为耕地。主要人口以农业为主，占75%。从2011年开始象牙海岸的政治逐渐稳定下来。那今年的地方选举已经和平落幕，在下一次选举是2025年的总统选举。那目前的市场是乐观看待它。那国际的信评机构对于象牙海岸的前景最新的评比如下：第一个是这个穆迪平等是 BA3。那前景是积极，那再来标准普尔跟惠誉分别是 BB-， 那目前的前景也维持稳定的状态。那总体经济而言，象牙海岸呢，在根据这个国际货币基金组织IMF 的预测，象牙海岸的 GDP 是由2022年的700亿美元增加到今年预估到770亿美元，其中对外贸易额占比 GDP 达 35%， 那预估今年的 GDP 将维持 7% 的增长目标。那从右下角的图片可以看出，每年的 GDP 皆维持成长，从2011年开始。虽然近年来它的成长速度趋缓，但仍然维持高增长率。第二点，在象牙海岸它也有这个股票市场，那主要交易地区为交易的交易所是阿比尚地区交易所。那虽然目前观察的交易量成交量不高，但是逐年成交量有递升的这个迹象，逐渐活络。在对外贸易的部分，象牙海岸从2022年的这个出口金额达到122亿美元， 那可可为主力出口产品占比41.5%，黄金占出口的11%，其次是原油。那其他重要的出口产品包含水果、坚果占10%，还有这个橡胶9%，还有棉花。在于这个进口方面他们主要是进口这个农业机械，还有这个谷物以及石油的半成品。那所贸易伙伴的最大贸易伙伴的国家为中国、法国、尼日利亚还有印度。在象牙海岸的国家产业政策方面，首先贸易注重腰果、棉花、橡胶跟棕榈油的这个贸易。那还有改善的方面呢，希望在交通运输设施上面能够积极的改善，包含道路，然后还有火车内陆运输上面。那最后一点是海关的程序改革，希望能够加速这个清关的程序跟通关的效率甚至正在研拟降低关税政策的等等。好，那第二大项呢是制造业的升级。他们希望不只有种植跟出口原物料如棉花、橡胶、棕榈油这些，那希望能朝向初级加工的目标达进从这些原物料到成品，例如化妆棉、肥皂、生殖燃料、塑胶制品等，并希望从现在的加工率是30%左右提高到50%。上面这个图是由他们的投资局所提供的这个重点改善项目好，来，我们接下来看到他们的这个陆运改善的计划部分这个图是一样由象牙海岸投资局所提供的，那是他们的道路规划图。由图可看到虽然它的紫色的部分是他们正在预计要改善的地方，那这些也都是重要的产业道路，虽然距离这个完善的程度还有很长一段路在运行但是我们可以观察到阿比尚地区的交通程度已经有在改善，应该是说有在施工，但距离完成日期还有待评估。那目前改善程度来说，阿比尚地区算还可以。在于他们的中央政策、货币经济政策方面象牙海岸的2022年的通货膨胀率为5.5%，主要原因为面临供应链中断以及劳动力短缺的问题。那面对高通胀，象国的中央央行利率为6.93%，是远高于我们台湾的水平。那接下来想讲的是这个大型企业的布局。首先，我们看到金融业的部分。2012年跟随着经济复苏的态势成长银行积极扩张。那此外，积极为大型的基础设施项目、工业、农业还有服务业提供融资的服务。采访的企业为象牙海岸社会银行 （SGBCI）。那这间银行主要是由法国兴业银行、国家劳动银行还有瑞士信贷等共同扶植成立的。那总经理表示目前象国财富分配极度不均，那还有一大部分的人尚未能享受到这个银行的服务，所以积极的在增设据点。那再来就是政府呢，政策现在是积极的辅导中小企业，并配合他们放宽融资条件。此外，最有潜力的这个领域预估是数位银行以及金融科技的部分。但因为本国在象牙海岸的银行已经有15家银行在此插旗，所以传统银行业基本已经是偏向饱和的状态。好，那对于台湾来说，我们的机会建议因为象牙海岸的消费市场于2023年将达到163亿美元，数位支付跟这个数位银行的使用将越来越普及。那加上他们传统银行，对于有些地区来说不是那么方便，所以趋势可以看到这些地区的人分别使用数位银行，逐渐的这个活络。那交易量这么庞大的情况下，治安的 治安的议题将面临严重的考验。所以如果我们台湾的一些相关的治安讯息，以及跟银行配合的这些治安的公司，可以作为他们参考的借鉴，甚至合作。对于农业的部分象牙海岸的农业占他们国内的生产总值的1/5，约有75% 的人口从事农业，是象牙海岸的重要经济的组成。象牙海岸向全球出口可可、腰果、棕榈油、橡胶还有棉花。此外它是世界最重要的可可生产国，与荷兰并列第1可可研磨国的称号再来，农业是政府发展的重点目标产业。目前可看到的政策是2022年，象牙海岸成立了一个独立的稻米部门，那有重大的这个奖励政策，例如说这个稻米成功培植等等的之类的，会有一些额外的奖励报酬。好，那此外呢，在于种植可可的部分，政府也有奖励政策就是当你的1吨成功收成1吨，或是种植面积多少，可以获得额外的这个政府的补贴。那我们今天访谈的公司表示2022年在非洲访谈的公司是非洲最大的腰果公司，也是第1家的腰果公司约成立了32年的时间。那该公司表示在2021年非洲生产了60%的这个生腰果，那象牙海岸仅加工了12%，这是一个非常值得改善的地方。若是它的加工率可以提高，那希望这个能够朝向更高附加价值的这个出口的这个品项前进，提高他们的利润率。所以对于台湾来说，于工业电脑的类别，如自动化管控、流程管控皆是非常吸引他们合作的这个对象，也非常欢迎台湾的食品加工业者共同进驻。这样，象牙海岸是西非最发达的电信市场之一，那用户总共为3400万，手机普及率为162%。换句话说，有1半以上的人拥有2部手机。那象牙海岸的电信3雄分别为 Orange 法国电信、MTN 南非电信，那MOV 是摩洛哥电信。那目前市占率最大的是 Orange 法国电信，占41%的市场，其次是 MTN 33%，Move 为25%。3雄目前正是朝向4G转向5G 的这个服务。那目前据我观察，它的5G 的服务地区仅有小小的一个行政区例如台北大安区这样，那其他地方是目前还没有的。移动支付是他们现在目前正在盛行的一个方式例如说这个 Orange 电信就推出了 Orange Money， 有点像我们的 Line Pay 这样。好，那对于这个产业呢，我们访问的公司是一间叫做 Jungle Capital。那大家可能对这个公司的名称非常陌生，但是它的创办人是曾经创办了 Jumia， 也就是非洲的最大的电商。那创办人表示，非洲有超过1000万家的电商的迷你销售商。那经由这个他们这个 Jungle Capital， 希望能创作一个平台，那运用电信商的服务，将供应链做短链，以此缩短终端零售的成本的价格，那达到市占率高的这个目的。那对于他们来说他们觉得基础设施是最根本的需求，也就是说例如我们现在的网速还有这个整个基础建设，他们的通讯设备等等。所以目前就我个人实测方面，虽然它是有4G 跟5G 的这个信号，但是速度是有待加强的，约台湾的25% 左右那如果说，所以公司的负责人表示说，如果台湾的产品能够协助这些电信进驻这些基础建设的方面，那将是他们的一大福音。所以期待说，我们有相关的这个光通讯的业者可以跟他们合作。在结论的部分，象牙海岸 实施象牙海岸国家发展战略政策这个计划以来主要在社会的基础设施、交通、网络等有重大的投资，并配合银行发展中小企业，放宽融资，还有加速创新等等。所以，相国的政府非常期待台湾可以在自动化项目、资讯安全、通讯基础建设上面，还有机械可以合作。那配合他们这个国家发展战略政策，的计划，提供资金或是提供相关的协助，希望未来台湾跟西非能够共享繁荣。好，以上报告，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Last but not least, let us welcome Mr. Michael Lin, Director of the Taiwan Trade Center in Nairobi, to share his observation of the business opportunities in Ethiopia.
大家好，我是奈洛比台湾贸易中心林庆鑫。接下来就让我跟大家分享伊索比亚新秩序下的经济与商机。首先，我们看到的是转变中的伊索比亚。伊索比亚位于非洲东部，也有非洲之角之称。南接肯亚，东南边是索马利亚，西边是苏丹，国土面积超过110万平方公里，位居全球第26名。伊索比亚历经过君主制，在1974年至1991年施行社会主义，1994年制宪改为联邦制，总统为国家元首。伊索比亚在1992年推动经济发展为重点，之后5年每年经济成长维持在7%。另外，政府推动一连串的经济改革，例如2001年施行的资本主义及自由市场经济，2002年永续发展及减贫计划，及2005年以农业为导向的工业化发展政策。除了扩大农业的发展，亦推动新兴产业的发展。接着我们看到伊索比亚的经济发展。伊索比亚去年的 GDP 总计1260亿美元，成长约 5.3%， 人均 GDP 为1000美元。伊索比亚的 GDP 结构，工业占2成，其中制造业仅占约4到5%， 农业占3成，服务业则占3成。贸易的部分，伊索比亚去年拥有贸易逆差约130亿美元。接下来我们看到的是伊索比亚独特的经贸特色。伊索比亚是非洲人口第2大的国家，仅次于奈及利亚。近年来，伊索比亚积极进行改革开放，被视为非洲经济发展最快，同时也是最具投资潜力的国家之一。那伊索比亚也是东南非共同市场成员之一。东南非共同市场共有21个会员国，人口超过5亿8千万人。那伊索比亚施行货品出口前检验计划，多数国家，包括台湾出口到伊索比亚的货品，都需事先取得合约厂商的检验证明。近年来，伊索比亚推动经济改革，但国营企业仍掌控该国的主要经济，如电信、电力、银行、保险、空运、海运及制糖业等。另外，伊索比亚仰赖国际组织援助，来改善该国的道路设施、医疗设施等。伊索比亚人口在10年前就已经达到9400多万人，去年更突破1亿2000多万，成长约3000万人。目前，全球共有14个国家人口超过1亿，伊索比亚排名第12名。伊索比亚经济受内战影响起伏不定，但近10年来，伊索比亚的 GDP 从430亿美元成长了足快3倍，达到1260亿美元。伊索比亚主要产业包括农业、服务业、工业、纺织、成衣及零售业。农业是伊索比亚主要产业之一，农业的劳动力占全国的就业总人口的70%。2021年，农业产值约占全国 GDP 的37.6%。伊索比亚主要的农作物包括咖啡、花卉、棉花、玉米、谷物、豆类、香料等。其中咖啡的产值为非洲第1，世界第7。那服务业在伊索比亚经济中占有重要的地位，涵盖多个领域，包括旅游业、餐饮业、金融业、医疗保险及教育业、零售业等。其中旅游业是伊索比亚重点发展领域之一， 2021年，伊索比亚的服务业总值403亿美元，成长率高达6.3%。那伊索比亚工业近年来蓬勃发展，政府积极推动工业发展政策，吸引外资及本土企业投入生产制造，包括建立特别经济区、提供优惠的税收政策、奖励出口企业等。目前，伊索比亚的工业结构以纺织、服装、皮革、食品加工等轻工业为主，但美国于2022年1月取消伊索比亚阿戈瓦受惠国，迫使相关产业需重新面对挑战。伊索比亚约有60家成衣厂及15家纺织厂，纺织工业是该国大力扶植的重点产业。5国纺织大厂宏远兴业亦在伊索比亚设厂。那伊索比亚国内的零售业多是当地人经营的小型便利店。过去政府长期实施保护主义，尚未开放国外零售业进入。伊索比亚在2015年规划加入世界贸易组织，后来决定延后，原因是尚未对外开放该国的电信及金融产业。但是我们可以看到的是，伊索比亚政府近年来积极进行改革，采取对外开放经济策略。今年起，伊索比亚重启加入世界贸易组织预做准备，对外开放国内市场。政府今年公布将逐步对外开放该国的金融保险业，并建制独立金融保险监管机构。除此之外，电信业也逐步开放，除了现有的国营伊索比亚电信之外，另外预计开放引进2家国外电信业者。肯亚电信巨擘 Safaricom 伊索比亚公司已于2021年7月获得伊索比亚电信服务牌照，推动 M-Pesa 行动支付服务。我国对伊索比亚享贸易逆差，2022年我国出口到伊索比亚约810万美元，进口4106万美元，贸易逆差高达3294万美元。其中进口最大宗为咖啡、茶及香料，约占该国进口总额之 99%。出口品项包括机器、机械用品、塑胶及有机化学等。那在商机的部分，基础设施建设，伊索比亚正更积极进行基础建设，包括交通、能源、资通讯等领域。台湾企业在建筑工程及资通讯基础建设相关领域具有丰富经验及技术优势，可参与伊索比亚的基础建设项目，特别是资通讯方面的基础建设及设备供应。那伊索比亚的农业及食品加工产业具成长潜力，台湾企业在农业技术、农业机械及食品加工方面拥有先进的专业知识及技术，可以提供伊索比亚的农民及食品加工业者资源及合作机会。那伊索比亚正致力于发展轻工业制造业，包括纺织、服装、皮革及皮革制品等领域。台湾企业在这些产业拥有先进的技术及丰富的经验，可与伊索比亚的企业建立合作伙伴关系，共同开发市场。另外就是教育及培训的部分，伊索比亚的人力资源需要进一步的培训及技能提升，台湾企业可与伊索比亚的教育机构及培训中心合作，提供培训计划及教育资源，以支持伊索比亚的人力资本发展。在拓销建议的部分，建议可以参加外贸协会举办的拓销团，或是参加伊索比亚当地展览，与当地的企业建立连结及开拓业务管道。谢谢大家，这是我们贸协肯亚及伊索比亚团队，欢迎与我们联络。
Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the speech. We hope this event has helped you to have a better understanding of Africa. Thank you for joining us today. We hope to see you next year. Have a nice day. 各位厂商先进，请扫描荧幕上的 QR code 并填写线上问卷，留下您的宝贵意见。今天的活动到此告一段落，祝福各位生意兴隆，有个美好的一天。